Please welcome Politico Media Group CEO, Goli Sheikhulslami. Please welcome Politico Media Group CEO, Goli Sheikholslami.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of our programming at the CNN-POLITICO Grill, and also the second day of the Republican National Convention. We had a really fantastic first day. We started out in the morning with Senator Daines talking to Rachel Bate, and ended the day with Vivek Ramaswamy and Meredith McGraw, and we have a really amazing lineup again for you today. I wanted to also just make sure to start the day by thanking our partners this morning. Bayer is our partner in bringing you this programming today, and we will be having an executive conversation in a little while, and that I know you're all going to enjoy very much. So thanks again for joining this morning, and let the show begin. Thanks.
Please welcome Politico's economics reporter, Victoria Guida, and America First Policy Institute's chair of the board, Linda McMahon.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you all so much for being here. And Linda, thank you so much for kicking off
you.
day 2 of our RNC events. Linda is no stranger to contact sports, having been involved in both politics and as a executive for professional wrestling for almost 30 years, right?
Yes,
absolutely. So, a unique experience for the conversation that we're going to have today about economic policy. So, the economy is, of course, a top issue for voters. You know, they're worried about the cost of living, housing affordability. Even though unemployment is low, there's a lot of questions about what the policy is going to look like ahead. There are debates we have looming over tax policy, over trade, and Linda is here to walk through that with us. So before we get into that, I did want to ask you about the news of the day. Of course, the announcement yesterday that J.D. Vance is going to be President Trump's running mate. What was your reaction to that announcement?
I was very pleased. I think he's an excellent choice. Certainly, he brings a youth and vitality, to the ticket. I think his policy thoughts really do mirror President Trump's. And I have great confidence in the fact that President Trump chose him to be his running mate, because he clearly is comfortable with him and believes that he does bring an awful lot to the ticket.
Yeah, and he's sort of an economic populist in the vein of President Trump. I don't know if you agree with that characterization, but I have been hearing some worries from maybe more establishment Republicans, people on Wall Street, and I'm curious how you think the business community should be feeling about this pick.
I think the business community should be feeling very good about this pick. I mean, he is conservative, certainly, has a conservative outlook, on the economy. He certainly believes in lower taxes. He certainly believes in lower regulations, and I think that that's going to be a good match to work with the president with. Let's revitalize the economy, and we certainly want to bring down inflation. We certainly want to bring down prices. We want to do all of those things, and I think that J.D. Vance is right on board with being part of that policy.
Were you in the convention center last night?
I was, because I am a delegate from Connecticut. So I was sitting on the floor last night with the Connecticut delegation. So it was very vibrant.
Yeah, there were actually people who were describing the atmosphere when President Trump walked in as being like a WWE event. Is that what it felt like to you?
It was very vibrant. People were really on their feet. I think they were incredibly glad to see President Trump, given the events of Saturday. I think it was very reassuring to them when he came in with such vitality, and to continue to show that he is a strong warrior. And
you've known Trump a very, very long time.
Yeah, almost 30 years now. We've been good friends for a long time.
Have you spoken to him since the shooting?
I did. I spoke to him the night of the shooting, and he was in a very grateful mode. A little more subdued than maybe a normal conversation with the president, but just very grateful, and said to me, when I think about it, when I step back, and I think, and let me just digress for a second, I've listened to a couple of psychologists talk about people who go through like near-death experiences or something very traumatic, and they continue to process it, for a couple of days. And I think it had been 2 or 3 hours after the event had happened when I first talked to him, and I think he was still kind of processing. He said, but for a couple of centimeters and a slight turn to the head to look at this graphic that was coming up behind me, he said we wouldn't be having this conversation today. And he really was very reflective, very reflective.
Yeah, I mean, did he offer any sort of insights into how it's changing his perspective, or
no, it was just
still digesting?
It was really a friend calling to talk to a friend to say, how are you doing?
Make sure he's okay.
Yeah, how are you doing? I'm, just my heart is with you.
Yeah. Well, I do also want to leave some time for policy. So the Republican Party platform was adopted yesterday. What role did you or the America First Policy Institute have in drafting the economic parts of that platform?
We didn't have a great deal of direct input, but I do believe that the policies that were very good and excellent during the Trump administration are those that are being carried through as we would look forward to going to the next administration. And so while we weren't sitting with the platform committee or doing those things, we certainly have some of our economists that are part of the America First Policy Institute, like Mike Faulkner, Larry Kudlow, Kevin Hassett, all had, I'm sure while they might not have been sitting day-to-day in committees, their thoughts certainly were included in how to structure a lot of the economy of the platform.
Yeah, well, and one of the things that really struck me about the platform is that the national debt wasn't mentioned, which I thought was interesting because that's been such a long-standing, concern among the Republican Party. And so, what should we take from that? Is that less of a concern now?
I don't think that the national debt should be of less concern. I think the platform was intended to put into everyday vernacular, maybe a little bit like the contract with America. This was something that people can understand, it's easy to digest, but the national debt is something that we really do have to focus on. We must control the spending, we must move back towards a more balanced budget for sure.
And I mean, in order to balance the budget, I mean, something that Democrats talk about as something that would help reduce the deficit is also raising taxes. We have a big tax debate next year. It seems like there are actually some Republicans that are potentially open to raising the corporate tax rate. What do you expect from a Trump 2.0 on taxes?
He wants to continue to reduce taxes. And I think, when we've looked back in different administrations and seen when taxes are reduced, revenues actually go up. So if we're trying to increase revenues, let's not maybe look at it in terms of raising taxes, because a lot of times that depresses work product, it depresses other areas of the economy, doesn't accomplish what we need to accomplish. And I think the Trump administration would look more towards keeping taxes low or reducing more taxes, making the tax cuts permanent. Some of them that really did help small businesses have already started, to expire, and that was the write-off of capital expenditures that were made, and that you could write it off in full the year in which you made it. And I can tell you, when I was the SBA administrator, and we put through those tax reductions, there wasn't one small business that I talked to that didn't say they would use that benefit to be able to expand and grow their business. And I'll give you, just if I can, just one quick story. There was a bread baker outside of Boston, and I visited, as I did many, many small businesses. But this was a pretty big bread baker. He did a lot of white label for Trader Joe's, et cetera. I can tell you how wonderful it smelled when you walked in, when all of this bread was baking. And I asked him, I said, okay, what will this particular measure mean for you? Will you be able to take advantage of it? This write-off I'm talking about. He said, you see this empty space over here? And he said, I already have this space allocated for a new oven. And he said, the oven costs about $1 million. But the amount of business that I already have that I could book immediately and start baking this amount of bread and hire more people he said, I'm ready to go, and this particular write-off will give me the benefit to do that. So that was one example, that I had when I was touring. So I always heard that they would reinvest in their business, they would probably hire more people, and we saw that happening. We saw the growth of small businesses. We saw the optimism index for small businesses under the Trump administration just really be at some of its highest levels.
So on the small business point, I mean, there was actually a recent survey from Goldman Sachs that showed that small business owners are more likely than the average voter to be undecided in this election. I know that you're very familiar with marketing from your time at WWE. So, how do you think that Republicans really need to sell their message to the small businesses?
I think we just need to continue to talk to small businesses, and I'm not sure. I've not heard that, by the way. I'm not saying it's not true. Just in none of the circles that I've been with, none of the businesses I've talked to, do I hear that concern from small businesses. They've been incredibly supportive of the policies that were under the Trump administration, and I believe that if we want to continue to say, all right, here's how this will affect your business, let's go back and take a look. And I think that's a really strong message.
Well, what about tariffs? I mean, that could potentially raise costs for businesses, small and large. What would you say to business owners that are worried about that?
Well, I believe tariffs were important. The tariffs that the Trump administration put on, especially so many products, coming in from China. That's part of a much larger, conversation relative to international policy. But I really agree with Bob Lighthizer, whom I worked with closely when I was at SBA and when he was negotiating not only the treaty with Mexico and Canada, the USMCA. It was the first time that small business actually had a seat at the table during these negotiations, and it really helped small businesses, gave them more outlets for export, and at the same time, hopefully we'll keep costs down. I think we do need to bring manufacturing back into our country. Tariffs, I think, are working. The Biden administration kept most of them in place.
Yeah, well, so are exports a priority? I mean, it seems like with so much focus on domestic manufacturing, there seems to be a calculus that, maybe staunching the flow of imports is more important than promoting exports, given that, there was, for example, retaliation against the ag exports under Trump.
Well, again, I keep going back to small business because I worked so closely with them when I was in the administration. And having built a business, from scratch, even though we weren't producing widgets or actual products. It was an entertainment product that we were exporting. It was very important to find new markets. And I think for small businesses, one of the things that we helped was to establish trade fairs, et cetera, in other countries, so that small businesses would be allowed to see what opportunities they would have, to export. And under USMCA, there were a lot of small companies, I remember up in Vermont and Maine, that then had the opportunity of exporting into Canada. So it was a very close marketplace for them, but it really did make a big difference for them.
Well, and of course, we can't talk about the economy without talking about inflation. One of the tenets of the GOP platform is ending inflation. Obviously, costs are still quite high, although inflation has come down a lot and is getting closer to the Federal Reserve's 2% target. So what more needs to be done?
Well, I have to go back to, I think, our energy policy is one of the drivers of inflation costs, higher inflation. It was like 1.4%. when the Biden administration took over, and then it skyrocketed at one point to 9. It's continued now. It's not at 9 now, but it came down, but now it's going back up at a little bit slower rate. But I do believe that really exploiting our energy that we have here in our country really will bring down the cost of fuel, electricity comes down, et cetera, when we can utilize our own energy sources here. I think that's a big cause of our rising inflation that we have. But businesses are just impacted. We as individuals are impacted every day. We go to the grocery store, we pull up to the gas pump. Inflation really hits us home. And I think we have to look at our spending, but I think we also have to look at making sure that we are utilizing our resources here to the full advantage.
Well, could you talk a little bit more about that? I mean, oil production is very high right now, right? I mean, what specifically is the concern?
Relative to what?
Well, you were saying, in order to bring costs down, we need to use our domestic energy sources. But is there, as I understand it, oil production is at record highs right now. And so, what more needs to be done to use our domestic energy sources?
Well, it may be at highs right now, but what are we doing with it? Are we making exports available? What really are we doing with our natural gas? When we have the greatest opportunity to export natural gas anywhere in the world, and that was shut down. So we're not doing that. I mean, just look at what we did under the Trump administration. We're almost energy, totally sufficient. And we're independent, and we're not doing that now.
I mentioned the Federal Reserve a second ago, also a big player in the inflation fight. Donald Trump, as you know, was rather unhappy with his Federal Reserve chair for much of his presidency. And I guess my question to you is, do you think that Trump will try and restructure the Fed?
I try not to ever, when I was in office in the administration, one of the cardinal rules was just don't get ahead of the president. So I don't think I would get ahead of the president and say what his policy might be relative to the Federal Reserve.
Fair enough. Well, you mentioned a lot of people that are at the America First Policy Institute with you, including, Kevin Hassett, Larry Kudlow. So, as you look to a potential Trump 2.0, who would you put in top economic posts? And who do you think Trump might put?
There again, not going to get ahead of the president. Because I don't like to fill in the blanks with people, but I know some of the people that he had. And I worked with Kevin Hassett when he was head of the Economic Council, and with Larry Kudlow. It was incredibly beneficial. It was the first time that SBA had a seat at the table negotiating the tax policy and the regulatory policy. I learned, so much, from them. But of course, Larry Kudlow is a very strong proponent of low taxes and low regulations. He was in the Reagan administration. He did that. So it proved to be successful. So I think that a Trump administration will utilize those people that he's had before, listen to them. Who he'll put in specific areas, I couldn't guess, but he's got a big, deep bench to draw on.
Where do you see yourself over the next 4 years?
I'm right now loving what I'm doing at AFPI. I'm the chair of AFPI, and I'm not a policy wonk. And I wouldn't pretend, to know all of the policy ins and outs. But what I do really enjoy is that we are not just a think tank, but we are a do tank. And so we've also and it's a 501c3. We've also set up a sister organization, America First Works, that's a C4, that can be more active now on the ground as we're moving towards the election. With the FEC ruling recently, we can have more coordination on canvassing on the ground, with doing that with the RNC, and so working very closely towards that. So I'm enjoying what I'm doing, ready to serve. I think I have a servant leader's heart.
So, as you look to a potential transition, there's always a lot of policy work that goes into what the next administration should do. I understand that you said you don't want to get ahead of President Trump, and I don't know that anyone really can. But Heritage Foundation has put out Project 2025. You all obviously have a lot of policy work that you've done as well. How are you working with sort of the network around President Trump, and is there a formal transition effort that is sort of putting pen to paper at this point?
Well, one of the things that we have worked on at AFPI is really looking at action plans within agencies that might be helpful, not with people, but just with action plans. Now, I helped with SBA. It's like when you go in, what are the things you can do? What are the offices that are there? What are the acronyms that are part of? And Lord knows, you could spend your first month in office just trying to learn the acronyms. But what are just some of the basic work that you need to get done? So we've kind of focused at America First at what are those things that you can go in, you can work with, make a difference. This is how the structure needs to be in terms of, reporting structures and things like that. Not so much on the policy front, but just on the actual structure, which would be very helpful for new people in administration coming in.
So what are your recommendations for the SBA?
Well, and I help work with that, and it really is just going in and taking a look again at what are the, the biggest areas of where the loans were being made. How can we make sure we have good access to capital? There are 68 district offices for the SBA in all 50 states, and I went to every district office. I'm proud to say the first administrator who'd ever done that. And so it was really enlightening to go and tour small businesses, meet with the people in the district office and say, okay, where do you need help the most? And it's really, SBA doesn't actually make loans. It guarantees loans that banks have put forth, and the banks have a 15% skin in the game, with those loans. So it's very important that you maintain those working relationships with the community banks and the small businesses, and you're helping to develop business plans and all of that. So my overlook into SBA is how can we make those district offices more efficient, make sure they have the people, that they need on the ground, and that they're working with some volunteers and some paid people, on the ground to help businesses grow and thrive.
Well, and we should also talk not just about businesses, but also workers. The Teamsters, head of the Teamsters union, said last night that the Teamsters are not beholden to any party. So, how much room do you think there is for the Republican Party to bring in more union support?
Well, it was we had pretty good support there last night from the Teamsters, and I really found that rank and file union workers, when I was at part of the administration, and even now, listening to some of the union workers, rank and file union workers really very much support Donald Trump. He's kind of one of them. I mean, he was in his construction sites. He would go and visit and listen to them and hear what their issues were and their problems were. And I think they really felt that they had someone in office who understood, what their life was like. I mean, they pay a good portion of their salary into dues, and what is the union doing for them? Many applaud the unions in helping them with their wages, et cetera. But are those wages now, even though the wages may be rising some under the Biden administration, are they really keeping up with inflation, or are they still at a net negative position? There are many in the country who are now taking on second jobs just to make ends meet. It's costing about $11,400 more per family under this administration than it did this outside union. A little digression from that. But it's just harder in this economy. And majority of Americans in polling say that is the case for them.
I mean, historically, Republicans have championed things like right to work, and do you see a shift within the party to maybe be more open to pro-union policies?
I think, well, I don't really know. I've not really sat down with the union side and sat down on the policy side, with the administration. I just know that what I found the Trump administration to do is to just try to use more common sense. And I think that's really what we need to do. Where are we going to find common balances? What is it that workers need that unions are providing that maybe the companies aren't providing? And how do we talk to companies, and how do we say, okay, this is really important to the people that work for you. It's important for them to be able to do these things. And I just believe there's a more common sense approach that we can take.
Is there anything else that you see as being a Republican message that they need to do a better job of hammering home on the economy?
Well, I think that I think the points we've been talking about. I do believe that lower taxes, reduce regulations. The Trump administration, for each agency, if you were going to promulgate a new regulation, you had to get rid of 2. And it wound up that most of the agencies were getting rid of as many as 8 to 10, and even more in many instances. Under the Biden administration, there has been about, I'm stand to be corrected on this, but the last number I looked at was about $1.7 trillion of new regulations put in under the Biden administration, which resulted in over like 300 million hours of paperwork. Now, when you're giving that to a small business or even a big business, now big business can afford to hire more accountants, more lawyers to go through all those regulations, but a small business can't. And you just really, you're really hammering down on them and preventing them from growing and being more successful.
Well, unfortunately, that's all the time that we have. This was a fantastic discussion. I really appreciated your insights into sort of the conversations that are happening. It seems like this is a transformative moment for the Republican Party on economic policy, and there's a lot of new ideas. And I think that you discussed that tension very well. If you want to read more from me, you can check out my reported column, which is called Capital Letter. And I provide analysis on all manner of economic and financial policy. And thank you all for joining us. And I look forward to the rest of the program today. Thanks, Linda.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Please welcome Politico's Vice President of Client Partnerships, Heidi Sommer, and Bayer's Senior Vice President of Head of Crop Science and Sustainability Communications, Jessica Christiansen.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here this morning here at the RNC. I'm Heidi Sommer. I'm Vice President of our media business, and I'm thrilled to be here this morning with our partners at Bayer, who are doing really important policy conversations with us, both here, but then also at the DNC, just a little bit over a month away. So here with me this morning is Jess Christiansen, Senior Vice President and Head of Science and Sustainability Communications, and member of the Crop Science Executive Leadership Team for Bayer. Jess, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having us.
So I want to set the scene and give a little bit of context as we go into this conversation this morning. Jess, we know that food production is becoming much more difficult. It's becoming increasingly expensive. Farmers are facing rising costs, fertilizer shortages, severe weather events fueled by the impacts of a changing climate. At the same time, the agricultural sector is a significant generator of greenhouse gas emissions, but it's something that they're working to reduce. And when you and I have talked about this in the lead up, the incentives need to be right. There needs to be innovation. So I want to sort of pivot the conversation in this first question for you with a little bit of scene setting as it relates to Bayer as well. So Bayer is the only global company delivering solutions at the intersection of health and nutrition. And it's specifically focused on the future of agriculture. And maybe not everyone knows that about Bayer, but a huge, huge division that you're really focused on, Jess. So to start, I want to hear from you what challenges are farmers and your customers in the crop science sector facing, and what are you hearing from them on the ground?
Yeah, thank you. And it's a great lead up and lead in. So most people are probably familiar with Bayer due to our consumer health products like aspirin, Claritin, one-a-day vitamins, great products, by the way. And then, or maybe our pharmaceuticals division, which works in oncology, women's health care, radiology, some specialty care areas. But our crop science division is really focused on food production and supporting our farmer customers to do that. As you said, Heidi, it's getting very challenging for farmers to actually produce what they need to produce to feed a growing population. So some of the key challenges we hear when we're out on the ground, and it's a wonderful opportunity, by the way, if you ever have a chance, if you're not familiar with farming and agriculture, go visit a farm. I think talking to growers is really, really insightful. But some of their main challenges, cash liquidity and return on investment. So they have to work with very tight margins, and so it's a dynamic market. And Mother Nature is they're at Mother Nature's whim sometimes, and then commodity prices globally. So financial returns, hugely important and pretty stressful. Protecting yields. So whatever they're producing, if it's corn, soybean, wheat, vegetables, they need to produce more, oftentimes with less. So less inputs, less resources, because of some of the climate changes that are happening. Too hot, too cold, too wet, too dry. Wind events are becoming more prominent, right? And they have to, they're starting to really think about what are these opportunities for new revenue streams. And that's really, really important. So when you think about things like the carbon market you mentioned, so greenhouse gas emissions are extremely important. We all know that. But that's a really nice opportunity for farmers too to generate more revenue if they can participate in that. Agriculture absolutely does have impact on the planet. We know that. That's why we are well positioned as a company as we think through this nexus of humanity and food production. So how do we actually leverage agriculture as part of the solution and bring farmers to the table with us? So those are some of the biggest challenges. Innovation is absolutely critical to solving some of these issues. So we fund about, we put about $2.5 billion into our R&D and innovation pipeline every year to keep bringing new technology to farmers.
I want to pick up on that innovation piece. It's been so important in the conversation you and I had as we were preparing for this conversation. And something we've talked about is how many in the ag industry are really working on safeguarding crop protection tools. That enables productivity, sustainability on the ground. So what innovations do you think are most important? We got a great perspective from you about what are some of those immediate things that they're thinking about on the ground, what voters are going to be thinking about. Look ahead, what are the innovations that are going to really drive us forward, especially with Bayer's goal, producing 50% more feed to clothe and fuel the growing world? I think that putting that in perspective as we look forward.
Yeah, and the 50% more is basically a stat that's coming from FAO about what we're going to need based on population growths by 2050. And you might think, oh, 2050 is a long way away. It's not, right? Think about how fast time goes. Maybe it's because I'm getting older, but it does go fast. But yeah, so when we think about innovation, one of the main things is to provide farmers with choice. Not everybody has to like our innovation. Not everybody needs to buy our products. But we need to be part of the solution. We need to be at the table if you think about producing food in a more sustainable or even regenerative way. And this is business too. I get this question a lot, like, well, will farmers sacrifice yield for climate gains, et cetera? No, of course not. They have to make money. And there's a really nice business opportunity in this space as well when we think about revenues. And also, real quickly, and I'll hit a couple of our key innovation pieces. You think about the agricultural impact to the US economy. So agricultural, food, and related industries contributed about 1.5 or over $1.5 trillion to the US GDP last year. Of that, over 200 billion of that came from our farming community directly. So it's really impactful to not only the US economy, but also at the state level and local farming communities, all of which are voters, obviously, too, right? If you think about the things they're interested in. So innovation. Our innovation pipeline, we have to think about full systems. So we have to think about seeds, traits within those seeds that become more resilient, crop protection, and really designing crop protection differently. So, profile designed chemistry, basically, to be very specific, biologics, all of this underpinned by digital technology to make us smarter, faster, and really be able to produce, again, more with less. We have 10 blockbusters coming in the next 10 years across all of those segments that we're super excited about. One that's a good example for here in the Midwest is our Prescient Smart Corn System. This includes a corn variety or hybrid that is about 7 feet in height. So it's going to be shorter than an average corn plant is about 9 to 12 feet. And you might say, well, what's the big deal, right? But it can withstand winds better. You can get into the field all season long to optimize inputs. And you can potentially grow more on 1 acre of land, right? So if you think about land use. So really excited, a step change revolutionizing the corn industry, which is huge for the US farmers. That's going to go in concert with winter oilseed cover crops, can be another revenue source and also help soil health, right? And then with soybean, and again, lots of digital tools. The importance of crop protection, we cannot underestimate though. We are working in biologics, we're working in synthetic chemistries. You need a combination of tools to really keep pace with what farmers are facing and the challenges they have to overcome. So crop protection, the portfolios we have today in the market, we have to keep those on the market and available for farmers. If we don't, no-till farming is not going to be possible. You're going to have to, yields are going to be sacrificed. And these products have gone through rigorous review processes. So the current portfolio that's out there for farmers is driving sustainable agriculture. We're going to remain committed to that. And then our 10 blockbusters over 10 years are going to continue to feed that pipeline because you have to have a continuous innovation engine.
So there's so much opportunity there, and as we're thinking about the continued risks that are being produced by a changing climate, you touched on something earlier that I want to pick up on. As we think about climate smart farming, how can we think about doing that at scale? How do we, to your point, a farmer is not going to want to sacrifice their yield, but how do we show ways that this is both smart for business, smart for the environment, and smart for the long haul? What do you think we need to do? What do you think the sort of American farmers and agricultural industry need to see to be able to plug into those solutions as we go forward?
Yeah, we're going to have our farmers help to make this work. And scale is important. That's one of the reasons Bayer is one of the leaders in this space. So we have a goal to be on over 400 million acres by the mid-2030s in some sort of regenerative type practices. We can't do it alone. We have to have other partners, technologies. We work with small startups, mid-sized, big companies, and we certainly need our farmers to do this. So farmers really are very savvy at what they do, and so when you think about these solutions have to be practices, like just how they operate and farm has to be different, plus all the innovation that Bayer and others are bringing to the table. We need to think about how do we have incentive-based, market-driven programs, though, for climate-smart farming. That's what's going to create scale. If it's too complicated, too cumbersome, and farmers can't benefit from that, if they don't see those returns go back up the value chain, it's not going to scale. It just won't. So, we as a company are heavily regulated. We should be. We need that to be predictable too, granted, but we need to really be thoughtful in the U.S. about what we do with some of these climate smart markets that are developing.
So I think even to expand on that, what I found really astounding when we were getting ready for this conversation is how long it can take to actually bring one of these crop protection tools to market. 12 years from concept to actual delivery, $325 million in costs. And so help us understand a bit more about what in that process is so cumbersome. How can we make it more efficient to help realize this scale that we're talking about?
Yeah, and I think a lot of people don't understand or appreciate, because you wouldn't unless you work in the industry, but it does take over a decade, if you're lucky, just over a decade to get a product from discovery to market. And part of that is the discovery process. So we're investing in high-tech, some AI-driven models and other things, as many industries are, about how we discover new crop protection products and new, traits like gene editing technologies, for example, that we're working with. And even digital twin for doing a field testing and then a digital in parallel where you can test different environments and different situations. So we're working and really heavily investing in this space of how we discover. Then you go through a long and rigorous regulatory process, as you should before you launch, but that needs to be predictable. It needs to be consistent, predictable, so that industry players like Bayer can actually keep those engines moving. When you have delays, when you have lawsuits coming from products that are already registered and have transparently been shown to be safe, for example, it gets very complicated for companies to still invest in their R&D engine. So that's really critical. And then really, policymakers need to keep pace with innovation. And that's going to be challenging when you think about data, digital, new technologies, like I mentioned, gene editing has been around for a while, but it's being used across all industries, in the public sector, the private sector. So countries are going to have to step up. The U.S. has a really nice opportunity to lead in a lot of these spaces, though, if we can get some of the lawmakers and policies to be consistent and drive forward.
So Jess, for our last question today, I want to pick up on a thread that you just mentioned, so policymakers needing to keep up with innovation and keep up with that pace so that we can realize all these benefits. What is your ask? You're here with Politico. We have a strong audience of policymakers, regulators. What's your ask to them? What do you want them to take away from this conversation, from the work that Bayer is doing, and what you need from them to actually realize the scale?
Yeah, I think support your farmers and the farm communities, your constituents out there. To do that is passing the Farm Bill. I mean, I've got to say that, being in the ag space, and I know it's complicated and it's big, and we've got to move that though. That gives farmers certainty as they're going into 2025 and beyond. And in parallel, we have to have some consistency and predictability on our side, being a regulated industry, from the regulatory and policymakers as we're thinking about that innovation engine and how we bring things to market. Those have to work in parallel. And the federal and the state level. So, we can't have a patchwork of regulations and policy. It makes it really tough for farmers, and it makes it nearly impossible for companies like Bayer to provide innovation at the speed we need.
Well, Jess, that is all the time that we have for today. Thank you so much for joining me for this conversation. Thank you all to being here. Thank you to Bayer for your partnership, and looking forward to bringing it on our next conversation.
Thank you very much.
All.
Please welcome Politico's food and agriculture policy reporter, Meredith Lee Hill, Arkansas Senator John Boozman, and Pennsylvania Representative G.T. Thompson.
I love it. They didn't say Glen. That's good. Cool.
Senator Boozman, Chair Thompson, thank you so much for joining us today. As a food and ag policy reporter, we talk about this topic all the time, but we're rarely ever all together. So thank you so much for taking the time. We appreciate it.
This is a little cozier than the hallway of the Capitol also.
This is good. I like it.
Food and agriculture policy made on Capitol Hill obviously not only touches hundreds of millions of Americans' lives every day, but also millions of people throughout the world. And it's very likely that not only one of you, but probably both of you, will be the chairs of the House and Senate Agriculture Committee next year. So we'll get into that. But also there's lots of challenges ahead. High food prices hitting voters ahead of November, inflation and farmers reeling from that, labor and trade issues. So we'll get into all of that. But first, Senator Boozman, I did want to ask your quick reaction to Donald Trump picking your Senate GOP colleague, J.D. Vance, as his vice presidential pick.
Well, I'm excited about it. I think it's a good choice. I got interested in J.D. way before he ran for the Senate with his Hillbilly Elegy book. And coming from Arkansas, understanding how difficult it is in various regions of our country, I think he did a really good job portraying that. And I think that serves us well in agriculture. I think he understands how important the agriculture community is. And so for a number of different reasons, I think he's a very good choice. He's been a businessman. He's done exceptionally well in everything he's done. And so we look forward to supporting him. And again, I think he'll be a big help to agriculture.
And Chair Thompson, what are your thoughts about Vance, the former president, in announcing that pick, touted his relatability to American workers and farmers in Pennsylvania in particular? I'm wondering your thoughts about that. And also, you're a delegate, so you were on the convention floor last night as a former president walked in and appeared with Vance. What was that like?
It was pretty exciting, actually. J.D. Vance is a great pick. He really is. And starting with the fact he goes by his initials. Anybody does that, I'm down with it.
Thank you, GT.
Right? But no, I mean, how much of this campaign has been sort of in the trenches of, under the context of age? And this really, J.D. does mark the entry of the next generation at the highest levels of our government in Washington, and that's exciting. And then you have a Marine, someone who's been in the military. The book that he wrote and the research he did, the life that he lived, which really was the basis for that with his, family situation. And I've got a lot of families that experience the same types of things that JD grew up with. I mean, JD's he's a neighbor, Ohio and Pennsylvania, so his observations, that Appalachia area, were very accurate, and I think it really resonates. It really helps to know that he understands the challenges of rural America, and rural America to me is essential America. That's where all the things that are essential in people's lives. That's what it comes from: food and fiber and building materials and energy resources. He's been good on agriculture issues. That's always a check that I do. I look at who's rising to the top or who's seeking some type of leadership position. So I'm thrilled of a Trump-Vance ticket.
And Senator Boozman, I wanted to ask you about some of the economic messaging that we heard yesterday at the convention. Obviously, Vance has embraced more of a populist economic message. We saw a union leader finish out the night calling corporations the biggest beneficiaries of welfare in America. I'm just wondering your thoughts about that and how comfortable you are with your party embracing that kind of talk.
Well, I think that there was a lot of talk, and that's, in some cases, that's exactly what it was. Lots of rhetoric and lots of trying to appeal to everyone. But I think when push comes to shove, the economic message of the Republicans you mentioned earlier, inflation is probably the #1 problem we have right now. The American public believes that we're best in dealing with things like that. So again, I think that we will have a situation where a lot of this was rhetoric. On the other hand, certainly there's a lot of people that feel like that they're being left behind, and some of this was an effort to try and tell them that there was the recognition of that, and that we were serious about getting food prices down, getting all the prices down, so that wages keep up with inflation in this very difficult time.
Mm-hmm. And Chair Thompson, I wanted to ask you about the events of this past weekend, the attempted assassination of the former president that happened in your home state. What was your reaction to that?
Shock, actually. The fact that this happened at the Butler County Farm Fair, it just, if I can be quite candid with you, there were a couple of things. Obviously, what went wrong, how a shooter, an assassin in the line of sight, and we're going to find all that out. The investigations have certainly started almost immediately. We're going to see hearings probably in the House and the Senate at the beginning of when we get back, as soon as we get back to Washington next week. But I will say, and this is pretty comfortable saying this in the presence of my brother in the Lord. We did first met Congressman Boozman. We were Bible study buddies. Is a mentor of mine when I first came out of the House. And I think there was some divine intervention. I mean, what are the odds that President Trump would turn his head at the exact moment that an assassin would pull a trigger? Close enough that when he turned his head, it struck the top of his ear. To me, that there was certainly divine intervention in that happening. It'd be too difficult to figure out what the odds of that happening just by happenstance. And so there were a lot of emotions, a lot of thoughts that went into that. We're going to see certainly investigation. I'm a former firefighter, the former fire chief, a brother firefighter that lost his life, doing what firefighters did, throwing themselves in harm's way, covering the bodies of his wife and his daughter. There are many others that were actually wounded, 2 that were hospitalized, and so certainly praying for everyone who has been impacted for healing and recovery.
Well, we might even have some sort of an independent inquiry also. Yeah. So we do need to get to the bottom of it, not only for this incident, but going forward in the future. Mm-hmm. So very important. There's no place in our society for.
Yeah. And I guess, Senator, do you have any concerns that we could see more political violence or any kind of retaliation ahead of November?
I do. I've had concerns. You look at I know when I was in the House serving with Gabby, that tragedy, and then the baseball team, so the list goes on and on. So it is something that we're living with, And I think all of us are concerned. We're so grateful that the president got through this, but it is a wake-up call. And so, yeah, we need to double down. We need to figure out what's gone on. But I think there is a lot of concern on both sides. And I appreciate President Biden talking about turning the rhetoric down. Yeah. President Trump talking about turning the rhetoric down. I think that's really important.
And I don't think it's just the two presidential candidates. I think members of the House and the Senate, quite frankly, both parties, those that are supporting candidates. I mean, we really need to be civil. It's time to focus on the issues and turn the political rhetoric way down. There's just, unfortunately, that type of hyper emotion fuels action, and some of the times that action becomes violent.
Mm-hmm. Well, I do want to shift to policy and talk about the outlook for November, especially if the former president is reelected and Republicans win majorities in both the House and Senate. I'm wondering, both of you, how confident are you that that will happen, that Republicans will have a trifecta in Washington? And what does that mean? We'll get into the Farm Bill in a second, but what does that mean broadly for food and agriculture policy on Capitol Hill if Republicans do have that control?
Well, I think we do have an excellent chance of winning control. When you look at the polls and just kind of the shift in momentum, again, it's never done till it's done, and we're going to be working very hard to get that over the finish line. I think it would be really good for ag policy. The 2018 Farm Bill was really good for 2018, 2019. Then the pandemic came, then inflation came, and we simply have to reset the safety nets, the things that you and I have talked about so much for the last year and a half. And I think Republicans are pushing in that direction. GT did something that no one thought was possible, passing a bipartisan bill out of committee. And so we're excited about that. We have our framework that is very similar to his framework. But I think it puts more farm in the Farm Bill. And I think it would be really good for farmers in rural America.
And Chairman, I'm just wondering your thoughts about the chances of Republicans winning the White House, both chambers of Congress. What does that do for your general outlook of next year of food and ag policy?
I mean, I'm very optimistic, given where we're at today and the events that we've experienced. I've always say that enthusiasm drives turnout, and turnout wins election. And the enthusiasm level among Republicans, and quite frankly, we're seeing, I'm hearing reports of swing voters that are now associating themselves on the Republican side. I know we have our three most likely pickups in Pennsylvania. One of those congressional districts up in northeastern Pennsylvania, which is where, a friend of mine, a colleague of Senator Boozman, Bobby Casey, is from. The polling data that was shown to me shows Dave McCormick ahead, which I was shocked by in that area, and quite frankly, our Rob Brezhnehan doing really well up there. And so I'm really optimistic about adding seats and holding the seats that we have. I think that's good. I think that a lot of that is a reflection of the kind of the even hand of Speaker Mike Johnson in terms of what we've been doing. It's, sometimes good comes with not so good. I'm so happy that we're actually doing appropriation bills on the floor. I'm not happy it's taking all the oxygen off the floor that I can't get the Farm Bill. Find those days for the Farm Bill now, probably be September, to be able to go into an August break back home where we're working the district every day with the appropriation bills, all the appropriation bills being either done or considered. That's pretty exciting, actually, and that's doing our job, and that's what we're supposed to do. The implications going forward, in terms of the House Agriculture Committee, what we did was not bipartisan, it was tripartisan. There was, 85 listening sessions, 40 states, 1 territory. We brought the voices of American agriculture to the table because we needed to do their priorities, not write a bill listening to the voices inside the Beltway of Washington, and we accomplished that. And we did it in a tripartisan way. By tripartisan, I mean, we had Republicans and Democrats. There were 40 measures that were just led by Democrats that I put into the bill. And I didn't do that to get their vote. I did it because there were good ideas. It contributed to a strong farm bill and 140 measures that were bipartisan, a Republican, and at least one Republican, one Democrat that led it. But what made it tripartisan were those voices of American agriculture. And so that is not going to change for me, when Republicans take the White House. I think that's the way we should do legislation, especially in the agriculture area. And so I'm looking forward to, continuing with that type of approach.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's dig into the Farm Bill in particular. This is obviously a $1.5 trillion bill over 10 years of spending that authorizes everything from farm programs to the country's largest anti-hunger program. Incredibly important, but it's been delayed for more than a year on the Hill, and I think we can be candid that the place in the talks that it is currently is not a good place. And so I'm wondering your thoughts about what happens in November, how that changes your outlook for making any kind of progress in the lame duck session, and if Republicans were to win, the White House, Senate, and the House and control Congress, what does that mean for the lame duck session and trying to get anything together, or potentially waiting until 2025?
Farm bills are always difficult. It doesn't matter what the circumstances are, and we're divided right now. As you say, we'd like for the Farm Bill probably to be in a little bit better place than it is right now. But we're working in good faith. I don't know that if we're fortunate enough to win the House and the Senate and the presidency, I don't know that it really gets any easier next year. Again, farm bills are about regions of the country. Southern agriculture is different than the Midwest and California, and different and all of those kind of things, and then the various commodities. So we're going to work really hard to get a bill done. I don't care if it's this year, I don't care if it's early next year. The reason being is right now, when as GT said, we've been out visiting, had countless hearings, in Washington. Farmers are struggling right now, and so the earliest that we can give them the certainty that they need, a 5-year bill that locks them into something that's going to be helpful to them, I think that's really is key and needs to be done as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm. And Chair Thompson, you recently spoke to Senate Ag Chair Debbie Stabenow about the Farm Bill. What doesn't sound like with very many breakthroughs. I'm just wondering what that conversation was like.
Yeah. Well, the senator's got about 90 pages of ideas, but no bill and no text at this point. I'm hoping maybe that what we saw when the House Agriculture Committee and the floor in a bipartisan way, we passed the market structures bill for cryptocurrency which was quite an accomplishment. I mean, crypto is hard to wrap your mind around. And when we did that, probably the next day, I think the Senator Stabenow announced that she was going to start work on introducing a cryptocurrency bill. So maybe we can provide that same type of, I'm hoping we provide that same type of momentum and continued momentum whenever we pass our farm bill off the House floor with bipartisan votes. Our farmers, the senator said it well, they're hurting. This inflation, every family's hurting with inflation, but a farmer who has to go out, and some of them have to borrow enough credit in a single year, which is more than the average family has to borrow in a lifetime in order to put in a crop or to raise a herd until all that goes to market and they're able to pay that loan back and hopefully have something left over for their family. They need this now, the availability and the cost of fertilizer, the cost of energy, because agriculture is energy intensive, not just obviously fertilizer, but diesel fuel. And so our farmers need and deserve to have this new farm bill as soon as possible. And the farm bill we put forward, it's titled, and appropriately so, I think, the Farm, Food, and National Security Act, because that's what it does. And so the sooner that we can deliver on behalf of those hardworking families all across the country to provide us food and fiber and building materials and energy resources, the things that are essential in our lives, the sooner the better.
Right. GT mentioned you know, how much interest had gone up. And the average USDA loan is $350,000. In March of 2021, it cost about $9,000 to service that. Now it's closer to $24,000. But it's not that, it's everything. Yeah. And the problem is, you know, whatever business that you're in, you reset, you raise prices as a result of that. Farmers can't do that. They're dependent on the international price of commodities of whatever they grow.
That's right.
And so it really puts them in a very, very difficult position. And as I said earlier, you know, what we did in 2018, which was actually based on 2012 data, worked really well for those times. But we're in a different world now than we were since inflation started in the pandemic. Things have been reset, and so that's why we're working so very hard to reset the underpinning, the safety nets that we desperately need so that farmers can carry on.
Mm-hmm. You know, our farmers are price takers, they're not price makers, and that is, you know, that's something that a lot of people need to understand, that perhaps are too many generations removed from the farm. And I'm sorry, you had specifically asked, but Senator Stabenow has been a great partner to work with. I mean, she really wants to get this bill done. She's faced with a higher level task, perhaps, in the Senate, because you won't need 60 votes in order to get something across the finish line. That's a little more of a challenge. You know, we've worked hard to put forward a bill that to make her job easier. You know, to have something that is bipartisan, therefore would be better positioned as a starting point for the Senate to work on and exercise its will. But I would say that, you know, there's a lot of things that I know with Senator Boozman, we're on this, because of how we've been out and about around the country, we're on the same page with. And I think with Senator Stabenow, there's a lot that we're obviously in agreement as well when you look at those 90 pages.
As you mentioned, Republicans are really pressing for a significant boost to the farm safety net in the Farm Bill, things like crop reference prices and other pieces of that safety net. And I'm wondering, I think the big question Senator Boozman and people have is if Democrats come to Republicans in the last days of November, in December before the end of the year, and really there's a time crunch to get a Farm Bill done, and offer something that doesn't have that significant farm safety net boost, but would be more of a status quo Farm Bill, what would your answer be to that?
I think we've been really very plain about that, and that's why the Farm Bill is where it's at now. You know, we're not talking about a 1-year commitment, we're talking about a 5-year commitment. It's difficult enough now. Who knows what the world's going to look like 5 years from now? So if we can't make a meaningful change, I believe that we're better off, you know, having extension, you know, and continue to do. And as I'm out and about, and GT, you can correct me, but that's where the farm community's at. They realize that they need substantial change, or we're better off continuing as we are.
Excellent. So the chances of an extension, you think, are pretty high at this point?
Well, you never know. You know, work so hard on these things, and then all of a sudden they come together. Yeah. And so hopefully that's the case. I think, you know, GT working hard to get it across the floor of the House will be helpful. But right now we're in that situation, but hopefully that will change after the election.
Mm-hmm. You know, we've had a ton of naysayers in this process. I don't know, you know, we're not going to be able to put a bill together. We're not going to be able to put a bipartisan bill together. We're not going to be able to get the bipartisan votes to pass it out of committee, and they've all been wrong. So you know, we've established the pattern. The naysayers and the folks who want to cast doubts on our ability to do our job, we're proving them wrong, and we're going to prove them wrong. And I agree with the senator. We can't settle for what we have. The Title I in particular, Title I doesn't reflect that status quo. That was back in 2008. Title I was, I don't want to say it was gutted, but it was heavily, they took a significant amount of money out of Title I and put it into Title IV, which was nutrition. And well, you can't feed the hungry if you don't have the farmers. And so we need that risk management to be robust. And as the senator said, this is 2024. You know, the environment's a whole lot different. It is every time you do a farm bill. So.
Mm-hmm. I also want to ask, this ties into the Farm Bill, but I also want to ask about Project 2025. It's a Heritage Foundation backed venture, kind of looking at what the Trump administration could do in a second administration. And one of the pieces of that, it's similar to what Heritage has pushed for in the past, getting rid of the sugar program, slashing crop subsidies generally, other things that they've called for in previous years. But one of the things that they want to do this year is essentially repeal or roll back a significant portion or all of the recent update that the Biden administration did to kind of the foundation of the SNAP program, which is the country's largest anti-hunger program, and a real source of political attention, often on the Capitol Hill. And so I'm wondering, generally you disagree with that move. You have different plans for that in the Farm Bill to limit future updates to the Thrifty Food Plan, not fully repeal it. So you have a difference there. I'm just wondering if you could talk with us a little bit about why you have that position and what you would tell a future Trump administration how they should go forward with that.
Well, I think you always, as you do a farm bill, have different ideas about, doing away with the safety nets and things that the farmers rely on. And so in the past, we've been able to do that overwhelmingly. The last farm bill, we had a great vote in the Senate, great vote in the House, and I predict that at some point we'll have the same thing. So I just disagree with those things. In regard to SNAP, what I would like to do is, carry on in the sense that we got 43 million people on it. The sad thing is probably 35 or 40% of them have jobs. They just simply cannot make it with the inflation rate so high as it is today. So we need to do a better job of training individuals so they can make a living wage. But like I say, we just have a very, very different opinion as to what we need to do with the programs.
Well, let me just start out. I think Heritage is a great organization. I reference them, their scholars, their research, but they could really use some new folks when it comes to understanding the impact on rural America, about how essential rural America is. And we don't spend money on rural America, we invest it. And there is no better investment for a dollar spent in Washington than one that's spent within the scope of this farm bill. When you look at the number of jobs that agriculture provides, the economic activity, quite frankly, the taxes that are generated by farms, ranches, agribusinesses, to all levels of government to hopefully fund essential services that are needed, what it does for food security, and food security ultimately is national security, and also the benefits of modern agriculture, which is science, technology, innovation in terms of a better environment and a cleaner climate. It's, I really, I think those are important conversations to have with all organizations that are out there, and so I'm, I do think that. The Farm Bill is it really is a great investment in the economy. And so that's really pleased with the version that we put forward in the House that helped us do that. And you had two parts of that question, and what was the second part?
That's okay. We actually have some breaking news that I did want to ask the senator about. Senator Bob Menendez of New Jersey has been... Senator Bob Menendez of New Jersey has been found guilty on all counts. Wow. On the legal case against him involving bribery. And I'm wondering your thoughts about that.
Well, I think it's sad. Bob is somebody that I've worked with on, you get a lot of strange bedfellows and different things. We worked together on graduate medical education, getting more slots for residents and things. And it's always sad, when somebody gets themselves in trouble and misplaces the public trust. And yet we're a nation of laws, and if that's what the jury's come up with, then certainly we need to respect that. But as a whole, that's just a sad situation for him, his family, and I think just for the institution itself. One of the great problems that we have right now is people have lost faith in their institutions, and you see, something like this happening, and then that translates to all of us. This is what these people are all about. So for lots of reasons, it's a sad situation, but again, it's sad that he got himself in that situation.
Do you think Democrats should encourage him to step down or vote to expel him?
They're going to have to decide that. That's an interesting question. To be honest, I hadn't thought about it, but certainly that's a question that needs to be posed, and I would think so.
Understood. All right, let's turn back. I want to talk about tariffs just a little bit. Former President Trump on the campaign trail has been very vocal, floating a real significant increase in broad-based tariffs on all kinds of countries, but especially on China. And that is a specific concern of the agriculture community and sector in the United States that was badly hit by his first trade war with China. Obviously, soybean, corn growers, dairy products, all kinds of U.S. exports go to China and are a significant portion of U.S. ag exports. And so I'm wondering your thoughts about a second Trump administration that would push to increase the current tariffs, your fears about another trade war, and what you would tell wary members of the agriculture community right now who are dealing with that.
Well, as I go, around the country and as we have hearings, the number one thing that comes up that farmers talk about is the risk management tools that they need. Number two is trade. It's the lifeblood of agriculture. In Arkansas, probably 40% of the products is exported, and I'd say that's on average maybe a little bit lower than a lot of our states. So it's very, very important. President Biden didn't get rid of the Chinese tariffs. He kept them. And he has had no interest at all in pursuing trade. We have not done any sort of serious talk regarding getting additional trading partners. It's so sad right now because people don't want to put all their eggs in the China basket anymore. We saw what happened during the pandemic. They're belligerents now. They're looking for trusted partners. They're looking for us, but we're just not showing up. So my hope is that the president will do like he did with the reworking NAFTA and making it such that we have a better deal, a deal that not only that is a fair trading thing. The other problem we've got right now is we don't hold people accountable. We've got all kinds of stuff being dumped that needs to be done. So we're going to be working with the president, and again, I'm not alarmed at that at all. The last 2 years, we've had a trade deficit, and that's always been the shining star. We've always had this huge trade surplus in agriculture. Big deficit, bigger one this year, projected to have a bigger one next year.
Chair Thompson, would you advise the second Trump administration to avoid increasing tariffs, broad-based tariffs on China?
Well, trade is really important. There's no doubt about it. It's life-saving economically, especially in difficult financial times for agriculture. One of the reasons why agriculture was really the only industry back in 2008, 2009 that thrived when other industries were hurt so bad with that recession. And we recognize that within the Farm, Food, and National Security Bill, we double market access program and foreign market development, more resources for our farmers to be able to engage actively in marketing for trade. I know that a lot of times folks will describe President Trump and his actions in trade as sort of one-sided. They talk about the tariffs that were there. But the fact is that the president and his team actively worked on agriculture for 4 years. There were 50 countries where we saw an increase in trade. China opened up markets that they would never open to us before, despite, and I think generally the agriculture community supported what the president did. Unfortunately, what happens sometimes is, and this happens under administrations, both parties, that agriculture products become the retaliatory tariffs. And to me, that's immoral. We shouldn't be doing that to a nation's food supply, no matter who the nation is, right? Because you interrupt the food supply, you wound up with unrest and violence and even terrorism in different parts of the world. And so there's one thing I have made a commitment to, and I've made that commitment with my committee members on both sides of the aisle, is as we go forward, now we've been focused really on this farm bill at this point, but as we get this through the House floor, we're going to engage actively with the administration. I look forward to doing that with Trump 47 and his administration, so that we're, although trade is not relatively directly in our jurisdiction other than the FMD and MAP, we want to be at the table, being a voice for our commodity groups. Where our current trade partners being bad actors, whether it's China or anywhere else. We want to make sure that that voice is being heard at those at the U.S. Trade Representative and the folks within USDA, the Undersecretary for Foreign Agriculture and Trade, our Chief Agriculture Negotiator, and quite frankly, our commodity groups, I think, are the experts of where the potential new markets are. You know, they work on that. They focus on those rice farmers. They're thinking about that all the time, right? And the same thing with all the commodity groups. And so that's a commitment that I've made with the House Agriculture Committee.
Mm-hmm. And how would you like a Trump administration to pursue trade broadly, but in particular regarding agricultural trade? You mentioned kind of reworking some of these bigger deals. The Biden administration argues that they are working on individual market access with individual countries. They're less willing to work on big trade deals, they say, that are unfair to American workers. I'm just wondering, how do you want the Trump administration to approach trade?
I think regardless of what the Biden administration is saying, the truth is in the metrics. And you can look, after 4 years, again, huge trade deficits in agriculture, because nothing's really being done. And you know, unions don't like trade. Biden administration doesn't like trade. So you know, we're going to be really interested in pushing them to open new markets. The key is making sure that it's good for both sides. And so often we put these deals together. Agriculture a lot of times is shorted anyway, and then there's no enforcement. You know, you have all this dumping. And that's where you come into, you know, trying to use tariffs, you know, to prevent dumping. So it's complex, but it really is very important that we get it right.
And I think the Biden administration's just lack of interest in agriculture trade was reflected in it took 2 years into their administration to fill two key positions. The Chief Agriculture Negotiator and the Undersecretary for at USDA for Foreign Agriculture and Trade. Now, I will give them full credit. When they found two individuals, I was really shocked with who they got. It was great. These are dedicated, talented people, but to wait halfway through your administration to fill key positions, who was at the table with the voice of the American farmer for those first 2 years under the Biden administration? I would say nobody. And it shows in terms of the deficit that we have. And so I'm, you know, looking forward to working with the Trump administration, who I know is, I mean, they are engaged in trade, and quite frankly, agriculture is a priority.
They did have one pick kind of lined up early on. She had to withdraw, but I do take your point.
And she would have been a great pick, but it didn't, for whatever reason, that didn't work out. And then it said open for a very long time.
Understood. Let's talk broadly about a second Trump administration. As far as how you want to see USDA operate, someone to lead that. What are your thoughts about who should be in the next Trump administration for agriculture policy, and what do you want to see from USDA?
Well, what I'd like to see is more transparency. I think it's really important. One of the things that the committees don't do a good job is oversight. And I don't care who the administration is, you know, people need to be held accountable. So I'd like more accountability, more oversight. As far as who that individual is, to be honest, I don't know who they're looking at or whatever, but I'm sure they'll come up with somebody that we can support that is, you know, is part of agriculture. But I think that's the biggest thing, is transparency, accountability. We're talking about an enormous amount of money that's going out that's really very discretionary, and making sure that those dollars are going to farmers and being used in the right way.
Yeah, I mean, that will be, someone will be asked to serve at the will of the president. And so I trust the president to obviously make that selection. You know, what I'd like to see happen in terms of USDA, I'd like to see a USDA that is a collaborative partner. And we don't always have that today. I mean, Secretary Vilsack, and I feel like, you know, we're friends, but I'm not sure he has much confidence or trust in the legislative branch. I mean, it's always an end around. It's finding pots of money. It's using the Commodity Credit Corporation, which should be used for
Everything but farmers.
everything. Well, it's being used for everything but farmers right now, but it should be used for farmers during difficult financial times, and so I want a USDA in these next 4 years that will join hands and stand shoulder to shoulder with the legislative branch, which will not just meet with the chairman, but will work with the committee for the betterment of agriculture. We can accomplish so much if we could do that, but it's been rather challenging. I mean, a lot of the countless programs have spent billions of dollars, and there's always the argument, well, Sonny Perdue and President Trump spent a tremendous amount of money on the coronavirus food assistance program, the farm to family food blocks, the trade mitigation. Well, those are all situations that were either an immediate crisis or, quite frankly, markets were impacted where there was significant broad financial distress on farmers. To me, that fits the definition for the use of the Commodity Credit Corporation. And to use it as a pilot test, as to advance a specific agenda. I mean, if these are good ideas, my discussion with the current secretary, has always been bring them to Congress. I mean, we'll work with you. And if you can make the case that this is something that we should be legislating, that's the way the process is supposed to work. And that's what I hope we could restore into the future.
I want to, oh, go ahead.
Well, the only thing I would say too is that and Meredith, you've been doing this for a long time, the agriculture is really not a partisan entity usually, okay? It's like infrastructure. It's like veterans, you know, all of these things, you know, we work together on, and it seems like we've drifted more and more in a partisan way, and so we need to get back to taking care of farmers. We don't care what party they're at or this or that party they're of, but this is something that we need to restore. And I think both sides really want to do the right thing and get back to that model that we've always had.
I also want to ask about, you mentioned some of the climate smart agriculture money that Democrats are pushing essentially to fund agriculture programs that capture carbon and other things. And I'm wondering if Republicans do win the White House and secure both chambers of Congress next year, how aggressively do you think Republicans should pursue budget reconciliation to pass legislation with Republican-only votes? And do you think things like there's still about $13 to $15 billion of climate-smart agriculture money that Democrats passed in the Inflation Reduction Act available? Do you think that should be on the table for fully rescinding it or for removing the climate parameters around it like you're trying to do in the Farm Bill?
Well, I think there's a real need for those conservation dollars. 2020, we finished the year, we exhausted what we had in the Farm Bill. It was a significant amount of money under just looking at EQIP alone. There were between 80 and 90,000 unfunded contracts it could be, and those are contracts under EQIP and other conservation programs that are good for not just the farmer, but they're great for the environment. It's because of the conservation programs within our Farm Bill why the American farmer, rancher, and forester are the climate heroes. 6.1 gigatons of carbon sequestered annually, which is 10.1% more than what they admit. I mean, instead of a bullseye on the back of these farmers, we need to be patting them on the back and encouraging them. I think there's a need for those conservation dollars. My preference would be to have them rolled into this Farm Bill. I think there's an urgency of getting this Farm Bill done because every day that quite frankly, the Democrats kind of push back on us getting a Farm Bill done, more of that money is out the door. And once it's spent this time, it's gone. Now, if we could roll it into the baseline of the Farm Bill, it'll be there for perpetuity. 2050, 2055, we'd have additional conservation dollars. We also, though, know that conservation works for the environment because it is locally led, voluntary, and incentive-based. And so there's two ways to approach that. Obviously, I've been opposed to limiting the climate sideboards that they have, but maybe if we add to that so that there's more options for farmers to be able to do things, to use practices that we know are helpful. I mean, cover crops, for example. There are some places in this country, if you plant a cover crop, you will suck every bit of moisture out of the ground and never plant a cash crop. There's also places that till the growing season is done, you've got snow and and cold temperatures where cover crop's never going to grow. So there needs to be some common sense worked into that.
Yeah, I agree totally. I'd very much like to see those dollars put in as baseline of the Farm Bill and used in that way. I also believe very strongly in local control, Congress control, having input as to what those practices are. There's all kinds of ways to make a better climate. And I would argue that regenerative agriculture, healthy soils, when you go out west, all of the requests, not all, but probably 65% is water, water, water. Making sure that we're using water. So I think that's something that we can work through. That's probably one of the easier things in the Farm Bill to get sorted out. But I do think it would be very, very important to capture those dollars so that we can use them for conservation.
Excellent, and we'll have to leave it there. That's all the time we have for today. Thank you both again for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Please welcome Politico Media Group's CEO, Goli Sheikholslami.
I'm back to thank Meredith and also Senator Boozman and Congressman Thompson for that really, really fascinating conversation that we just had. We are going to take a short break, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock this afternoon when Eugene Daniels is going to be interviewing Governor Brian Kemp. So please come back and join us, because that will be another incredibly important conversation. Thank you.
Please welcome Politico Media Group CEO, Goli Sheikholslami.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back for those who were joining us this morning, and welcome to those that are here in the room for the first time and on the live stream as well. We have a great afternoon lineup for you, and I want to start off by thanking our partners for the afternoon programming. McDonald's is our partner, and many thanks to them for helping us put on the program. We are going to kick it off this afternoon with Eugene Daniels interviewing Governor Kemp. But after the events of yesterday with J.D. Vance being chosen as the VP, and also the conversation this morning that we had around economic policy, we also have two congressmen, Senate Majority Leader House Majority Leader Scalise is going to be with us, and also Congressman Jim Jordan, and also Senator John Thune. So we have a great lineup for you, and we will end the day with a conversation with McDonald's Chief Impact Officer John Banner. So thank you so much, and enjoy the afternoon.
Please welcome Politico's White House correspondent and Playbook co-author, Eugene Daniels, and Georgia Governor Brian Kemp.
Hello, hello, hello.
How's it going?
A little Beyonce to get the morning started. Afternoon, morning, where are we at? I have it in my rider that I have to walk on to a Beyonce song. Otherwise, it's over. We have Governor Kemp. Governor Kemp, thank you so much for joining today.
Glad to be here. Beyonce's not normally my walk-up song, but I'm glad to be here.
We got to get it in your repertoire. I'll talk to your team right after this. We envisioned a different conversation before Saturday, and the country has changed, it feels like, so lots to get to. First and foremost, we have a VP pick for President Trump, J.D. Vance. I'll keep it simple. What do you think?
Yeah, look, not really surprised. I mean, I think a lot of similarities to those two, to former President Trump and Senator Vance. Big difference in age, so I think that brings something to the ticket with his youth.
The first millennial vice president,
yeah.
possibly.
And so, I think there was a lot of really good people that former President Trump was talking about picking that were in the mix, and I think any of them would have been good picks. And I think any of those picks, the base and the party and the people here and Republicans around the country would have rallied behind that pick. And I think that's exactly what you're seeing. That's what I'm feeling anyway.
Would you have picked someone different?
Well, I probably would have had a lot of different people on the short list, but I wasn't the nominee, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I think.
J.D. Vance has kind of made a switch from many years ago, right? When he wrote Hillbilly Elegy before the 2016 election, he said he was a never Trumper. He described himself as that. He texted a former roommate that Trump was America's Hitler. He called him noxious, reprehensible, other things. What do you think is behind kind of the switch up? Because it didn't just happen recently, right? This has been kind of a journey for him.
Well, you've heard a lot of people talk about on both sides of the political aisle of evolving over the years on issues and people. And, I think, you can look back at Vice President Harris's relationship with Joe Biden when they were running against each other. You noticed a little bit of that. You had some of that with Trump and J.D. Vance. But I don't know Senator Vance as well as I knew some of the other folks that were in the mix, but just some of the things I've read about him and where he is policy-wise, and he seems very honest when he says he just had a change of mindset when he got to know Donald Trump. And I mean, look, that's certainly allowable in politics.
Yeah. It's clear with picking J.D. Vance that President Trump is kind of doubling down on the, people call it the MAGA agenda, as it were. That's not really your vibe. Do you think this is where the Republican Party should be going?
Well, first I would say it depends on what issues there are, because there's a lot of issues that like Donald Trump and I agreed on, we worked on when he was in the White House and I was early in my administration. And, the party agendas and movements are always moving, and they're going to move as to what the people want. And I think that's what, former President Trump and Senator Vance have been moving to is, what they feel like people want and that will help get them elected out there. I mean, look, there's a lot of issues that, I could maybe disagree on policy on this point or
Feel
that
free
point.
to them now.
And there's, there's a lot of people, a lot of Republicans that do that, but that's okay, right? We're supposed to be having those debates, even within our own parties, to streamline those policies and to make things better and to move the country forward. And, I think it's a great opportunity for our party as Republicans, and I've said this in the past, for well over a year now. We have got a great opportunity, and we need to tell people what we're for. We need to stay focused on the future and tell people why they need to vote for us. I think the biggest issue is American people and people in Georgia that I'm hearing from, they can't afford another 4 years of Joe Biden. And so it's a great opportunity for whether it's former President Trump, his nominee for Vice President J.D. Vance, or any other Republican that's out there, for us to be telling people like what are those issues are. I mean, we have tons of them I could talk about that we've done in Georgia over the last 2 or 3 years.
We'll get to some of that Georgia-specific stuff, but first I want to transition into talking about the shooting at the rally in Pennsylvania this weekend. Where were you when you heard the news, and I guess what was your immediate reaction?
We were actually, had been traveling, well, let's see, we had been actually at a public event. Representative Buddy Carter and myself were both on a public stage Saturday morning down on the coast of Georgia. Marty, our First Lady, and my wife and one of our daughters were there with us, a big crowd, 100-year celebration of the Causeway going from Brunswick, Georgia over to St. Simon's Island. That was just a great celebration. And we were traveling back to Athens to get ready to come to the convention when all of that started. So we were kind of in the middle of unpacking the car, getting in, and then we heard something happened at the rally and started watching the TV.
What was your immediate reaction to it?
Well, I mean, look, the first thing before I really knew any details was just it was a sad day for the country, regardless of who it was that this had happened to, who was getting shot at. There's just no place for that in our politics and in our country, and it's very disturbing for people that were there. And then obviously knowing the details now, the loss of life, our thoughts and prayers certainly go out to that family. A guy that was an everyday hero as a volunteer firefighter, literally died an American hero protecting his family. You had 2 other people that were injured that are still recovering. And then by the grace of God, Donald Trump is here, and because it could have been just within a couple inches of him not being here. I would hate to think what we'd be going through right now in our country if that had happened. So I'm very grateful in spite of the tragic events that he survived. And I think it's a great opportunity for the country, for politicians, for people in the media, and really all Americans to say, look, regardless of what side of the political aisle we're on, regardless of where we are on policy, we need to be respectful of one another. We need to get back to the days of having civil discourse in our politics and not trying to demonize the other side. It's fine to go after people on issues, and politics is a tough business, and it's like tackle football, it's a contact sport, and you're going to have some of that. But there's ways to do that in a proper way without inciting violence and really bad things happening.
I mean, do you feel like this could be a wake-up call for a lot of Americans? I think over the last few days we've seen maybe that isn't the case, and are you worried that it's going to get worse?
Well, I think it certainly could be. Do I think it's going to just like immediately change? Yeah. I don't. I mean, look, we have been through a really tough time in this country. When you think, and I know, like I've been in the middle of the circular firing squad, not literally, but figuratively. With people in my own party mad at me, the other side mad at me, the national media on me, the local media on me, and so I understand a little bit about this, but it has been a polarizing time in our country for a lot of reasons. One of them is the pandemic, coming out of the pandemic politics, the personalities that we've had running in politics, and that can be on both sides of the aisle. So I think there's an opportunity to kind of reset, if you will, a little bit. But also we've got to keep in mind, we have a presidential race going on, and it is a real fight, and both sides are going to fight, and you know, we just need to do that in the right kind of way, and you know, hopefully we'll see that.
Yeah, I mean, do you think the Trump and Biden campaigns need to adjust how they talk about their opponents? Obviously, you know, you talked about that fight. They have to figure out how to talk about the other person. But
well, I think they will, and I think they'll try to. But I also think, you know, people like me, you know, political junkies, and you know, the base of the parties on the right and the left. A lot of people that are here at the convention this
Sitting
week.
in this room.
Well, yeah, people that'll be at the convention in Chicago, and then the media. Like, we have to have a little grace. You know, I mean, if somebody's saying in the crosshairs or it's going to be a bloodbath, you know, we really need to make sure we understand the context they're talking about. And if somebody makes a slip of the tongue that may be appropriate sometimes but wouldn't be after a shooting, like, we need to be forgiving of that. And if they do it 2 or 3 times in a row and continue to double down, you know, then call them out. But I think we just need to be mindful that at the end of the day, we're all Americans. You know, we're all fighting for the betterment of our country. And that's really what the next 4 or 5 months is going to be like.
Yeah, and I guess on that point, Senator Vance said that the rhetoric from the Biden campaign, quote, directly led to the shooting. He talked about President Biden on a call with donors and what he said. Do you agree with that assessment? Is that kind of talk helpful?
I wouldn't.
No.
Well, you know, I personally don't think I would have made that comment. I think you can look at a lot of things that have been said on the other side that has really upset and maybe made the rhetoric where people really had a hatred for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Of course, I think you could probably look for instances of that on the right, on the Democrats. And I think this is where it's an opportunity. You know, I don't know. I just feel like people out there are really craving a workhorse, not a show horse. And I think it's an opportunity for Republicans to really show people we're going to be workhorses. And this is the policy that's going to get us there to do that. And I believe that would move the people in the middle that you need to win states like Georgia, states like Wisconsin, you know, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, and, you know, the Virginia, North Carolinas of the world into our column.
Yeah, you know, I mean, President Trump's team has talked about his tone and that it's changing. He said himself that he ripped up his speech and it's going to be more conciliatory. Then he immediately started talking about January 6th again. And so I guess, do you think that for him that the conciliatory, different tone, the unity tone can actually last? You've had some tussles with him over the years.
Well, I think, I mean, one thing about Donald Trump, you don't have to really worry about what he's thinking or, you know, where he is on a lot of things. I mean, he's going to tell people that. A lot of people really like him because he is a fighter. He's fought hard for his position. I think a lot of people out there feel like, you know, he was fighting for them when maybe other people wouldn't. And I mean, I have that feeling in a lot of ways myself. When I was running for re-election, I was telling people at the end of every bus tour stop, you know, who's been fighting for you over the last 3 years? Who was fighting to get your kids back in the classroom after the pandemic? Who was fighting to get your business opened up? You know, who was fighting to keep your community safe out there? And I think that's what people want. That being said, I do think it's a great opportunity for the former president in his speech, really to reach a segment of people that maybe not have liked him all that much, just by tone alone, being statesmanly and having, you know, really a lot of grace and thanks for what he survived over the weekend.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about the security situation in Pennsylvania at that rally. There have been calls on the right for the Secret Service director to resign or be fired. Do you think that President Biden should accept their resignation or fire her?
Well, I think if she offered the resignation, I think he would certainly accept it.
But do you think he should fire her?
Well, I wouldn't want to say that at this point, not knowing more than I know. I know there's some very respectful people that have called for the resignation. I've certainly seen things that to me are very troubling, but I'm also trying not to move too quickly. I mean, I'm a governor. I'm not a member of Congress. I'm not on, you know, I don't have oversight of, you know, that part of the federal government. I do think there needs to be a transparent, bipartisan review and investigation of exactly what happened to really answer the questions of, you know, what did happen, you know, how that person was allowed to get that close, you know, why that individual wasn't taken out before shots were fired. So, I mean, there's definitely a lot of questions, a lot of troubling things. But, you know, one of the things I try to do when I make really tough decisions like that is make sure I have all the information, and I don't have that as the governor of Georgia.
That's so interesting that a politician would wait for information before making a decision or determination. It's a breath of fresh air.
Well, I think you got to be very careful right now what we're saying. Because you start leading people to thinking one thing, and then you find out something else is different. And it's not always good to have people on a yo-yo like that. I think it's, and listen, I wish they'd come out and say more right now about what happened. I think this, you know, deafening tone that they have of not sharing information, and maybe they have a good reason for doing that, and I'll, you know, give them the benefit of the doubt. But at some point relatively soon, I mean, there's some pretty basic questions that I think could be answered. But I would really leave it to, you know, our members of Congress, and I think it would be a good thing for the country if you had, you know, people like Chuck Schumer and Speaker Johnson go out there and find some people that truly would work in a bipartisan manner to get the facts and to find out what happened to make sure this never happens again.
Congressman Jim Jordan's going to be here later with my colleague Rachel Bade, so they will be getting into that. You should stick around. You have become one of the most outspoken critics of the former president. You kind of speak your mind. You're from the South. What concerns, do you still have concerns about him and whether as a candidate or as a president?
Oh, yeah.
What are they?
Concerns?
Yeah.
How much time we got?
We have 19 minutes and 45 seconds.
All right. Well, listen, I do have concerns. I mean, look, anybody that watched the debate, that was troubling to me. I think it's very sad. You know, I also have, you know, watched some of the public appearances that he's made recently.
President Trump.
Oh, President Trump.
Former president. No worries. We can.
All right, restate that question. Sorry, I was focused on something else.
We'll pretend like they didn't see it.
You said I've been very outspoken.
You do.
I've been outspoken against President Biden.
About everybody.
I hadn't said a whole lot about.
Yeah, not yet.
Trump.
In the past, you have. You know, what concerns do you still have, or do you have concerns about him as a candidate, President Trump, or as a actual president, as a candidate or president?
Well, listen.
And how he operates.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know how he's going to operate. He's the nominee. That's, you know, the people have spoken for him on the Republican side of the aisle. I've said all along I was going to support the ticket. I haven't certainly agreed with everything that President Trump did. And I don't know if y'all heard this, but he also didn't agree with some of the things that I've done over the years. But that's okay in politics. I think, you know, my focus right now is on the future. And I've, you know, been pretty pointed at saying over the last year, really speaking to him and all the other people that were running for the Republican nomination, is like, we got to quit looking in the rearview mirror. You know, we got to be forward thinking. We got to tell people what we're for, and, you know, we got to win. Yeah. You can't govern if you don't win. You could look at what's happening right now. All of this, in my eyes, in some ways, is our own fault because we let Joe Biden win that race. We shouldn't have done that, and we have opportunity to, in my opinion, right that wrong, and we've been through that process to figure out who our nominee would be. Now we got our vice presidential nominee, and I think you'll see Republicans rallying to really the policies that you know, Donald Trump pushed when he was in office, having a hell of a lot better border security than we have right now, you know, making sure that we have a strong economy and putting America first from an economic perspective. You know, for every regulation they pass, they got to get rid of 2 or 3 or 4 streamlining processes and just a lot of other things that they did to make the country strong, rebuilding the military and many other things. And so, you know, that's why I'm supporting the ticket, and that's why, you know, we're going to work really hard to hold Georgia in 2024.
Yeah, I guess, you know, you mentioned the primary. There were a lot of centrist Republicans, kind of in your ilk, that were running. one of the questions that I've heard people have is that, the centrist failed Republicans by not stopping President Trump from becoming the nominee once again, considering, all of the things that you and him disagree on, and where a lot of the centrist Democrats disagree with him on.
Well, what would you think we disagree on?
The election, for one, probably a lot of his foreign policy pronouncements, the way that he operates.
Yeah, okay. Well,
that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. But I think, like a lot of the people that run in the, you call them centrists. there was quite honestly a lot of conservatives that were running. A few moderates in the race. Mm-hmm. But I think, most of the people that at least stuck around at the end of the race were running as pretty conservative Republicans.
But I guess if you compare it to the America First MAGA movement, the Overton window has shifted quite a bit.
Well, I think, and also some people's definition of a conservative Republican is different than a MAGA Republican, which is fine. We can have those debates, and I think you'll see a lot of those debates happen even after Donald Trump's elected president when it comes to foreign policy, tariffs, regulation, tax environment. You're seeing, people in Washington say different things right now that, others may not agree with, and that's part of politics. When you get elected, you gotta, bring coalitions together to get things done. And I think, President Trump has shown the ability to do that in the past, and I think he'll be able to do that in the future. And I think having somebody like J.D. Vance as on the ticket and a member of the United States Senate would certainly help him legislatively.
You just said when he's elected. It sounds like you feel like this election's a done deal.
Well, I want to be confident, but not overconfident.
Okay.
I do
so
not.
You don't. So you still like President Biden?
I absolutely do not think this is a done deal. I think, I feel good about the unity that's happening. I feel good about the excitement that people have, coming off of the debate, coming off of really just all the things that happened last weekend, but also know that like 4 or 5 months is an eternity in politics. And a lot of things can happen, a lot of things can change. And the best advice that I would give them, having just run for re-election against a really tough opponent and kind of a national tight race that a lot of money was raised in, is the best thing you can do is think about winning the day. Win today, get up tomorrow, try to win that day, win the next day, and just do that until election day at 7 p.m. or whenever the polls close. And, then you can let the chips fall where they may. But I do not think Republicans need to be getting overconfident right now. This is going to be a dogfight the rest of the way.
Yeah. Project 2025 has kind of garnered over the last couple of weeks a lot of attention. It's been around for a bit. It's kind of really entered the zeitgeist at this point. Many Democrats, many Republicans feel like it's a framework for the next Trump administration. There are, I think a lot of people say some quite extreme things in there that they're worried about. Do you think people have a right to be concerned about kind of the extremist policies that are within that agenda?
Well, my view on that is, that's not the Trump campaign's agenda. You can, try to tie that.
But a lot of the people who put it together
will work from him. I get that, but I have a lot of my supporters that have different ideas on policy than I do, and they may put things out there and want you to sign this pledge and that pledge. To me, the Democrats jumped on this, trying to get their base excited about being against something. That would help them beat Donald Trump. And quite honestly, I think they're just trying to distract from the issues that they have with their candidate and Joe Biden. And, Americans every single day, when they go to the grocery store, when they go to the gas pump, when they're paying their insurance, they're looking at interest rates. All of that has gone up. They're looking at the disaster at the border, the disastrous pullout of Afghanistan, our standing in the world, what's happening in whether it's Ukraine or in Israel or Gaza. And, they're trying to distract from that because they do not have a good record to run on. And so I think it's incumbent on Republicans to say, look, this is what we're for. There's a party platform right now that, Trump's been getting criticized because it's so small, but.
And it was in all caps.
Yeah, well, all caps, but that's what he put out there.
Yeah.
But everybody's trying to time to Project 25. So, if I'm him, if I'm other Republicans running for office, I'm not worried about some report that's out there. I'm telling people what I'm going to be for, and I think that's what you'll hear from former President Trump this week.
But do you have any issues with what's in Project 2025? Because I hear what you're saying that,
Yeah.
Well,
Well, look,
President Trump
I have
himself
not
didn't
looked
put-
at all. I mean, it's like 600 and something
900
pages.
pages,
Nine,
I
yes,
think.
I have not read
You're
the
busy.
report. I apologize. I have not read the report. But, you know, I don't. I mean, I appreciate a lot of conservatives that are working on different things around the country and different policy ideas. But, you know, I don't really know what all is in that report. But I just know as a candidate, when I was running for governor for the first time and for the re-elect, I was telling people every day what I was for. And I think you'll hear that from President Trump. And I would, you know, if he was asking me for advice, I'd tell him not to worry about what they're saying about somebody else's policy agenda and just tell people what you're for.
When was the last time you two spoke?
It's been a little while.
Just a little while. How was the conversation?
It was pointed, direct.
From both sides?
It was direct, yeah.
Senator Vance has had a lot to say about kind of a plan to purge the federal government of civil servants, replace them with lots of loyalists. That's just something that's in Project 2025. Trump picking him as VP seems to hint that these kinds of policies will find their way into a Trump-Vance administration. Do you agree with?
Well, I mean, I think that'd be a good question to ask him.
Yeah. You want to call him? You have his number.
I do not have his number. He's the one person of all the VP candidates that I really just didn't know that well.
Yeah.
Just because our paths haven't crossed that much. But look, there's a lot of frustration with federal bureaucracy. I'm one of them that's frustrated with it, and I've dealt with that, and I've dealt with a lot of partisans in the federal government at times under Democratic administrations, certainly with President Biden's administration, but also President Obama when you think about the Civil Rights Division at the Justice Department and other folks that we were dealing with. So, I mean, I can understand the frustration, and I think a lot of conservatives and really a lot of center-right Republicans have, you know, the same mindset, how long it takes something to get permitted, you know, how often the federal government's trying to, you know, I'm from the government, I'm here to help you, which delays you about a year. I was talking to the former Prime Minister of Australia, who's now the ambassador to the United States, and he was talking about, you know, how quick China can build a new submarine, and they're doing it 3 times quicker than we are because of federal bureaucracy is the only reason why. And so those are the kind of things that I hope, you know, really the Trump administration would be going after to streamline.
We don't have a ton of time, so I'm trying to get to as much as I can. Last month, the Supreme Court ruled on kind of immunity and immuning President Trump and other presidents from criminal prosecution for official acts. And I'm wondering if you think that, I guess, where do you fall on presidents having full immunity on quote unquote official acts?
Yeah, well, I don't think it gave them really full immunity.
But on official acts.
On official,
Yeah.
yeah. But you also, you know, I think there's enough in there where, you know, committing crimes and other things in their non-official capacity, you know, probably got it about right.
Yeah. You have talked about, and you came to our governor summit and talked about the kind of you guys being the electric mobility capital of the world. You have been happy with the amount of money you've gotten from the different bills that President Biden has done.
No, I've been happy about the investment.
Money,
getting.
investment.
No, we're not getting the money.
Yeah,
they're giving the money to corporations.
Yes.
They could go anywhere in the country with that money. They're deciding to come to Georgia. But you got to remember, I wrote the letter to our 2 U.S. senators telling them to vote against the IRA unless they changed and leveled the playing field, because that bill was picking winners and losers. It was helping the big 3 and the union-backed automakers. And my whole point was, you know, if you're going to do that policy-wise, just make it where it helps all of them. Make sure it's going to help Kia, that's non-union, that's in our state. Make sure it's going to help Hyundai and Rivian, which both had already announced to come to our state ever before the IRA passed. The SK battery plant in Commerce, Georgia, my predecessor, Governor Deal, announced that project in 2019 before Joe Biden was ever president. I announced the first expansion of that project with Secretary Ross, who was in the Trump administration before COVID and before IRA ever passed. So, you know.
But you guys have benefited from those investments. So I guess my question
Well,
is,
my point is the investments are coming to the U.S. regardless of IRA. What they did is incentivize something that didn't need incentivizing, which helped. And this is at a time where we're trying to get people to come back to work. They're paying people to stay home. They're flooding the market with more money, more spending, plus they're picking winners and losers. A good example, I drove a Kia EV9 off the line about a month and a half, 2 months ago in Georgia. That vehicle, when I drove that vehicle off the line, it did not apply for the federal tax credit. It will in January if you lease it. That's the problem with this policy. The announcements that they did last week, the election year giveaways, the hundreds of millions of dollars. One of them was they're giving $80 million to Bluebird in Georgia to build an electric bus plant. That's $200,000 per job. They're going to create 400 jobs with that new plant. $200,000 per job. I mean, that's not good policy. When these things were happening anyway in our country before IRA was ever passed.
You're term limited. And
Thank the
after
Lord.
So, you know, obviously you're one of those politicians everyone kind of comes back to. 2028 will be right around the corner. It sounds like you might do you want to rule out a run for president?
I'm not ruling out anything.
Oh, I've heard that before.
I may come work. I may be a reporter.
Yeah, come to Politico. You can find a spot on the Playbook team for you. If President Trump asked you, would you serve in the administration? If there was one?
Well, look, I would be, certainly honored to be asked. That'd have to be a very thoughtful conversation. I love my job. I got two and a half.
But you're open to it.
2.5 years to go. Well, I wouldn't even really say I'm open to it. I just said I would be honored if I was asked. But I like being in Georgia every day, not Washington, D.C. I can't imagine a job that would be better for me right now than being the governor of the great state of Georgia. We've had just an incredible, really last 5 years. We have the opportunity to continue that over the next 2.5 years, and I have a lot of work left to do, and so I'm very happy where I am.
Okay. Last question before
you could quote me on that.
Oh, somebody will. They're writing it now. Last question before the producers come and snatch us off the stage. What keeps you up at night?
Well, when we had the debate in Atlanta, it was making sure, everything was going to be safe. I think that's probably, most governors worry. I don't really have one thing that just bothers me every night. I mean, things, have been going pretty well in our state. There's always issues that we have to deal with, but safety and security, you just never know when something's going to happen. So I probably would say that probably more than anything is what weighs on you. We've had, we just have crazy things happening every day with our men and women in law enforcement and getting those calls where, somebody's been shot or somebody's been in a wreck or somebody got killed. That's tough. It's tough on you.
Yeah. Well, Governor, I'm getting eyes from over there, so I'm going to end it there. Thank you so much.
Yeah, enjoy it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll take my word.
Please welcome Politico's senior Washington correspondent and Playbook co-author, Rachel Bade, and Ohio Representative Jim Jordan.
Good to see you. Thanks.
All right, here we go.
Go ahead. Okay.
You like your intro song?
Yeah, just my kind of music.
Okay. Give people a second.
Do they ask questions too? Are they going to ask questions too?
Hey guys, we're going to get started, so if everyone can just take your voices down. I got a bunch of questions for Mr. Jordan. Everybody wants to come listen. Okay. So just to start, I got to say I have been covering this guy in Congress for years, and I can tell you that there is probably no better person to be up here right now to talk us through the questions we should be asking about this investigation into the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump. Jim Jordan chairs the Judiciary Committee. He's a senior member of House Oversight, and I can tell you, even before he got the gavel, he was sort of considered the most aggressive oversight bull on the Hill. So before we talk about the shooting, though, I want to start with news of the day here. Your fellow Ohioan, J.D. Vance, was just named Trump's running mate. I am told that you're friends and your offices work closely together. But instead of asking you to sort of reflect on the pick, which I'm sure you're certainly happy about, Vance, as you know, was once a proud never-Trumper. And I'm wondering if you've ever talked to him about his MAGA conversion, given that you're friends, and what you make of that.
I mean, I think he saw what a good president Trump was. That's why he's, why his position is a little different. We've not really talked about it. I was at the rally when he was running, so it'd been 2 years ago when he was running. It was in Dayton, and excuse me. It was a rally in Youngstown, and the president introduced him, and the president said one of the funniest lines ever. He said, JD used to be against me, but now he's kissing my, and the president used a different term for backside, and it was. He and I were sitting beside each other, and we laughed so hard. It was just one of those typical President Trump. It was a great moment, and the crowd loved it and everything. And of course, he won that race with President Trump's support, and is now going to be, I think, our next vice president. As I said, I think he's a great pick. He is the American story, from the humblest of homes to now. I think going to be. I think they're going to win. I think he's going to be our next vice president of the greatest country in history. That is an American story. And what I like about him too is, there's the old line, never hurts to have smart people in charge. And President Trump is one sharp guy. I've gotten to know him over the last 8 years. And J.D. Vance is a smart guy as well. And that is, I think that's important too.
But do you at all worry that Democrats will take some of these comments he made a long time ago and try to use them against?
Democrats took a comment Dianne Feinstein made 40-some years ago and said, we're no longer going to name the Dianne Feinstein Elementary School after her. I mean, like, of course they're going to, that's just politics today. It's like, nobody pays much attention to that. They look at, they'll look at what he says, how he was on Meet the Press a week ago Sunday, knocked it out of the park. So I'm not too worried about that. I think it'll be fine.
Now, let's talk about the
You've probably even said something that, someone can make an issue of. I know I have. We all have. It's called being human. So whatever. That just happens.
And also, there's nothing Trump loves more than like a hardcore MAGA person than somebody who's a convert, right? Yeah. So what about his Senate seat? So should the Trump-Vance ticket win the election, Ohio Governor Mike DeWine is going to be appointing someone to take that seat. You and Governor DeWine aren't exactly close, very different types of Republicans, but would you take that job if offered?
I'm focused on winning. You got to win first. So I want to help President Trump win. I want to help our Senate candidate. Bernie Moreno is a great candidate. I've campaigned with him. I've campaigned with Dave McCormick over in Pennsylvania. He's another great candidate. The wrestling guy, love that about McCormick. He wrestled at West Point. So I'm and then helping House candidate. I was in Minneapolis on Saturday when we literally just left an event for Mr. Finstad and Ms. Fishbach, a couple of our colleagues, when we heard the news of the tragedy in Pennsylvania. So we got to win first. Let's focus on that. And then, frankly, we got a lot of work to do still the remainder of this Congress in the Judiciary Committee, starting next week with Chris Wray in front of our committee, and he's going to get all kinds of questions about what happened Saturday in Pennsylvania.
I'm going to get to that in a minute. But just to go back, I'm not going to let you off this season on whether you want that Senate seat. So you've been in the House forever, not to make you sound old. You ran for Speaker, didn't quite get the votes.
Didn't get the votes.
The only way I see you wanting to stay in the House if you're offered this job is if you plan to make another run for leadership someday. Is that something you're considering?
I'm for Mike Johnson. I'm for winning this race. I'm for doing our job, plain and simple. And most importantly, I'm for helping President Trump and J.D. Vance become the next president and vice president. So I'm focused on that. And as I said, we still got some reports we got to put together on our committee, working with other committees. We just released a great report a week ago on this GARM and what the crazy stuff they're doing. I thought it was a powerful report we'd put together, part of our oversight. So we got a lot of work to do. I'm going to stay focused on that and helping my colleagues. I've done more traveling than ever, helping our colleagues around the country win their races. So we have more than a 3-seat majority or whatever we're at now, 3 or 4. I'd love to have a 10, 12, 15 seat majority where we can, with President Trump in the White House, with Bernie Moreno in the Senate, Dave McCormick in the Senate, where we can cut taxes, secure the border, common sense energy policy, do the things that are going to really help America.
Gone from one of the most despised members of the House Republican Conference to working with the team there. Wow.
Well, we got to win. Look, I said this on January 3rd, at the start of this Congress. And I said it because I mean it. I mean, I only say things I mean. When I nominated Kevin, I said, any differences that exist in the Republican Party, and I used my colleague from our state, Dave Joyce, more moderate Republican, I'm more conservative. I said, any differences that exist in the Republican Party, any difference between Jordan and Joyce are pretty darn small compared to the differences between Republicans and the left, which now control the Democrat Party. And that's what we better understand. So we better stick together if we want to stop where the left is going to go. I believe President Trump understands that. I think our Senate candidates, I think we're understanding that. That's how we need to focus if we're going to get things done for the American people that help our great country.
Easier said than done in the House Republican
Easier said than done, but that's what needs to happen.
Let's turn to Saturday's tragedy. You're very close with the former president, so I can imagine that the news was very shocking and definitely shook you. But I want to ask more about the security failures. We had a shooter who was, 150 yards away from the former president. You had people seeing this person bear crawl up the roof, alerting authorities. I mean, how the hell does this happen?
Yeah, I think that's the fundamental question. I would even make it even more fundamental, I guess, is there's a finite number of buildings that a bad guy could get on the roof of and do harm. So what is that number? 2. Well, probably not even 2, because one of them we had the good guy on. Okay. So the good guy, so maybe it's just one. Maybe it's just that one. There may be, if you look at the videos and the pictures, there's some other buildings there. So maybe, but it's a relatively small number. The fact that they weren't secure and we didn't have them secure, and I'm no expert in all this security, but people who I've talked to and who've commented on it, that seems to be the fundamental question. So why wasn't that done? And then you go from there, okay, when there was the alert, what happened then? What was the TikTok and the sequence of things? There's a report today, I think, in the Post that says there was 86 seconds between when someone first said something and when the first shot was fired. I want to know, I'd love to talk to the local police officer who supposedly went up and confronted the bad guy and then backed down, according to reports. I'd love to talk to that individual. And I'd really like to talk to, in addition to talking to Director Wray and Director Cheadle and the people who are coming, I'd really like to talk to the guy on the roof who took out the bad guy, the counter sniper, the sniper for the Secret Service who took out the bad guy.
Like, could he see him, right?
Like for how long?
Yeah.
And what did he see? And did he try? What was the radio communication? I think all those are questions that need to be addressed. And the kind of questions I think Director Wray is going to get next Wednesday or Thursday, whatever the 24th is next week when he's in front of our committee.
Are there plans at this point to either subpoena or just invite those individuals you just mentioned to come in to testify?
Well, Mr. Chairman Comer's invited Director Cheadle. We've already had Director Wray scheduled. He's coming.
I mean those people on the ground.
Oh, yeah. We'll want to talk to them. Now, they're going to be, I think, the way these things typically work is I assume the FBI is going to say, we're going to talk to him first. It's sensitive, ongoing investigation. We need to da-da-da.
But the public wants answers here.
Very true. And so this is, and I tried to express this yesterday on the phone. We got a briefing from the Deputy Director, Ranking Member Nadler and myself and some of our staff yesterday on a little conference call. I tried to express that, and I think they understand the gravity of this and the importance of this investigation.
So you just mentioned that you were briefed by some of these top law enforcement officials. Are you starting to get any sort of answers about the shooter's motive, about why that roof wasn't secure? Nothing in terms of...
I mean, our staff is working on some things. We have, one of the neat things about our committee staff is we have a couple of former FBI agents who work for the committee.
Okay.
So I actually got on the phone with one of them yesterday and said, tell me what you're thinking. Tell me what we need to be looking at as a committee and as oversight duties and responsibilities that we have. And that was, I think that was helpful for me just to get a better idea of what we need to do. So we're just launching that and starting that. And of course, the FBI is doing the official investigation.
Who's at fault here?
Well, obviously the guy who's ultimately at fault is the bad guy who tried to harm the president, tried to kill the president. And then you think about Mr. Compatore, the Butler County Fire Chief, who just a heroism, and protecting his daughter, protecting his wife, and lost his life, the tragedy there. But then, of course, the failure to secure the buildings, that is huge. I mean, that's the fundamental issue. I think that's not supposed to happen, particularly, as you said, from a distance that close.
Yeah.
Less than 150 yards away, I believe, is what the estimates are. It's not supposed to happen.
So the Secret Service Director, Kimberly Cheadle, said in an interview yesterday that the buck stops with me. Is that enough, or should she step down?
Well, I mean, I think there's probably a lot of pressure for her to step down in light of what happened here. What I'll say is...
Are you among those voices?
Well, I want to get the answers. I think there's a big failure. Who's ultimately responsible for not having that building secure? It seems to me it's the Secret Service, and if you're the director of the Secret Service, it seems like you're the one responsible. But I want to get all the facts, and I think that's the way you should operate.
So my understanding is there's been a lot of tension between Republicans and the Secret Service for a while now, and I'm not just talking about what happened over the weekend. Republicans have been pushing the Secret Service since the spring to do more to lock down the venue here at the RNC. They've been met with a lot of silence or pushback. Is there a concern, I guess, about the agency's leadership and the way they're sort of handling things that are not dealing with not dealing with President Biden, but regarding security of Republicans, security of the Republican nominee?
I will leave that to some of the other chairmen who have more direct Chairman Style and others in our leadership that deal with the House and the convention and that thing in the party. What I do know is Americans, a significant number of Americans, have real concerns about institutions and what they see happening there. And because we're the Judiciary Committee, we spend a lot of time with the Justice Department, the FBI. I think Americans have real concerns. I mean, we still don't know. Who planted the pipe bombs on January 6th. You would think we could get an answer to that question. We still don't know. Not that this is totally the FBI's area, but you'd think they could figure this out. Someone in the Biden administration could figure it out. We still don't know who leaked the Dobbs opinion. We still don't know who put cocaine at the White House. I mean, we think we have an answer to those questions. Those seem pretty important issues. And now we get to this, which is really important, where we almost had former president, the leading candidate to be the next president, almost killed by some 20-year-old who climbs on a building 150 yards away? Come on. That is not supposed to happen. So the confidence level, and I think this is important, is like these key institutions in our government need to understand this is what's happening where the American people are right now. And I think rightfully so, there's a healthy skepticism of what's going to happen in this investigation based on some of the things we've seen over the last several years.
You're suggesting, or are you suggesting, that there is a disparity at the Secret Service and how President Biden is treated and how President Trump is treated?
I'm not saying that. All I know is there have been reports from, I think, credible sources who say the people around President Trump had asked for an enhanced protection,
right,
and that was denied. That makes no sense to me.
Was it denied? Because I thought there were reports that he got some, but there were some that were denied?
I'm going to what I've heard some people in your profession say.
Okay.
And then obviously there was the RFK situation. So look, I think that those are some questions that need to be answered as well. I'm just saying, in a general sense, some of these key institutions, particularly the Justice Department, there's a confidence problem, and I think a healthy skepticism that the American people have.
That leads to my next question. Some Republicans are calling for an independent commission for this probe. What is that, and why is that necessary? Do you like that idea?
I'm for whatever gets us the answers, the truth, as quickly as possible. And I know that there are people that I respect, smart people, who are saying, okay, is the same FBI who raided President Trump's home, they're the ones now doing this investigation? Is that a concern? I think for a lot of Americans, it's a concern. So how do we best get the truth? I don't know, but I do know we need the truth. And frankly, when you were, 113 days or something before the most important election we have, election of commander-in-chief of our country, I think it's important we get that information in a timely fashion. So that's what we'll be pushing to do in the Judiciary Committee, what Speaker Johnson and Republicans will be pushing for. And I think all members of the Congress should be pushing for is the truth in as short a possible time as we can get it.
So if Republicans don't necessarily trust the DOJ to handle this, who do you trust? Like, who would you want to take the lead on one of these investigations? Are we talking about former, maybe the Republican appointed DOJ folks? Like, is there an idea of what you want?
I mean, maybe that's where we need to go. I haven't, I guess, wrestled with all that and figured it all out in my mind yet. But typically, when you do that, it takes a long time.
Right.
And I think this is something that we'd like to know. You know, it's all so fresh in our mind, and we watched it in real time almost when it happened on Saturday. It's like it'd be nice to get answers in as timely a fashion as we could.
Yeah. Let's shift gears a bit to questions about Biden's mental fitness for office since the debate. There has been a bit of a divide amongst Republicans about how to approach this. Some want to seize on it and have sort of high-profile hearings, make Democrats take certain votes on Biden's condition, and then other Republicans say that the party should basically just sit back and let, the Democrats implode. What is your view on this?
Let's just do our job. I mean, I think 60 million people saw it firsthand. You can't unsee what you saw, you can't unhear what you heard, and the country knows what they saw there. Great performance from President Trump, and they saw President Biden. So I think that's now Americans have got it.
And you think that should be the end of the story? There's not a role for how
we still have work to do. We're in a lawsuit over the audio tapes from her special
definitely going to
counsel.
get to that too.
Yeah, we think we got a strong case. We think we're going to win. We think if they had a privilege, they've already waived it when they gave us the transcript and when the Attorney General chose to give us the full report. So, I think we continue with the work we've done and are involved in, but I think the country saw it firsthand.
Is there any risk that if Republicans probe this too hard, before Biden becomes the official nominee, you actually unwittingly help the Dump Biden movement?
Well, I guess you could make that argument, but again, I think we should be focused on doing our job and helping our candidates around the country, helping President Trump and JD win the White House. I mean, we need to be focused on that, and that's where I'm at.
So for those of you who don't know, the House Oversight has, I believe, subpoenaed, I don't know if it's just a document request, or subpoenaed several aides close to President Biden. They're trying to get some sort of session with the doctor, his doctor, to basically find out if there was some sort of cover-up of his condition. Did you at all advise Oversight Chairman James Comer not to do that?
Chairman Comer decided that.
Okay. But clearly that's not what your panel is doing and not your preference.
We got, as I said, we're focused on Christopher Wray coming in, and particularly in light of what happened Saturday, I think that's where you're going to see the bulk of the questions is going to be on that subject. So we're focused on that.
What do you make of Chip Roy wanting to have some sort of resolution calling on the cabinet to invoke the 25th Amendment? Do you think that should be taken up?
That's up to Kamala Harris and the cabinet. That's how our Constitution works.
But House Republicans shouldn't take a vote on that per se?
I think that's a call. I think it's a call for the Vice President. Our system, the 25th Amendment, I have to go back and look at it closely, but I think it's the Vice President calls the cabinet together. You need a majority of the cabinet to move ahead. I have to go back and look at it, but that's how it's initiated and put into motion.
So if Biden were to step aside and Democrats choose a new nominee, the RNC has indicated that they will fight this in court. I'm wondering if there's a role for judiciary here, whether it's just advising things, or I don't know. I'm just curious.
I don't know. But now that you've raised that question, I'm going to have some of our lawyers our good lawyers on our staff dig into that a little bit more.
Where's Tyler?
I don't know if I don't know if there's a role that we play or not. And I don't know. I hadn't even thought about it. So if the president steps down, if President Biden steps down, I just assume Kamala Harris is their nominee. Vice President Harris, I should say, is their nominee. But if they try something different, I mean, I don't know.
Well, I think that the RNC has indicated even if they tried to just, pass to Kamala, they're going to fight that as well. I mean, I don't know the merits of it, but anyway, we can follow up with that another time. Okay, so Republicans are finalizing their impeachment report, and I know you would personally vote in a heartbeat to impeach Biden, but realistically...
I've not said that. I said we're in an impeachment inquiry. We're going to get the evidence. We're going to put it forward.
Come on, I know you.
I think the case is compelling, but I've been consistent in saying that.
Realistically, isn't it over?
Well,
politically, you don't have the votes.
We're putting the report together. The report will be... we've got 3 committees working on it, Oversight, Ways and Means, and Judiciary. We will have that. I think the report's going to lay it all out it's going to be big, but it's going to lay it out in the concise way as you can, something of this magnitude. And then we will present that to our House leadership team and the full Congress, because this is a vote for the House of Representatives. And if we move that direction, we'll see. But we're still working on putting that report together.
Do you think there should be a vote either way on this, whether he should be impeached?
No, that's a call for leadership, whether they bring that up, and they'd have to kind of survey the members of the House Republican Conference and the Congress, or the House, I should say. So we'll see, but we think our report's going to lay it out in the compelling fashion I've talked about it. We always come back to the fundamental question: what was Hunter Biden getting all the money for? And his business partner told us. Devin Archer told us, access to the brand, and the brand was Joe Biden. And the most compelling example, of course, is the example of Hunter Biden and his involvement with the Ukrainian energy company Burisma, and what he did as a member of that board, and how then Vice President Biden leveraged the $1 billion loan guarantee to get the guy fired who was applying the pressure to the board, or to the company. So I think those facts and others we will have laid out in that report.
So you talk often about, the Biden administration or DOJ being, quote, weaponized. But the Biden we have seen in the past, couple weeks, especially at the debate, was a president who at times struggled to even articulate and finish a sentence or articulate a coherent argument. And so I guess I'm wondering, it seems to me that Biden can't both be sort of this mastermind of this effort to go after his opponents, and also feeble-minded, as Republicans like to say. Which one is it?
Well, it's the Biden administration. It's his administration. Whether it's Jack Smith and what he's doing, or what I think this whole effort from the left to go after President Trump, which has been an 8-year ordeal, starting with spying on the campaign, Mueller investigation, impeachment, raiding his home, Jack Smith special counsel, Fonnie Willis, Alvin Bragg, all 4 cases, the judge in New York, the decisions he made on the gag order and everything else, 14th Amendment, trying to, best way to beat him is not let him play, keep him off the ballot. Thank goodness the Supreme Court said 9-0, that was crazy. And then on it goes. So it's been this escalation from the left, and much of that from the Biden administration. Not to mention how they tried to, this was the big story a year ago, was how they tried to do the Hunter Biden sweetheart deal. And thank goodness for Mr. Shapley and Mr. Ziegler, who came forward as whistleblowers at the IRS and laid out the facts for us there. And then suddenly, whoa, Shazam, no more sweetheart deal, and now we're going to make David Weiss a special counsel, even though he already had the sweetheart deal put together and was going to try to get it through court. So I think it's all that is, so that's just not Joe Biden, but that's his administration, that's the left, that's the Democrats.
So your panel, as you mentioned, is suing for access to the Biden videotapes with special counsel Robert Hur. I believe you just recently filed some sort of appeal to the court to advance this, go quickly, right?
Two and a half weeks ago.
To speed it up, essentially, you guys want to do that.
Yeah, we went to court, and we'd like to get an answer, soon.
But you and I both know from, me from years of covering Congress, and you from being on oversight, that these things take years. And oftentimes you don't get the information you want until the president you're probing is already gone. And so I guess I'm wondering if you think that there should be some sort of changes, I don't know if it would be a bill of some sort, to try to force the courts to adjudicate these disagreements between the executive branch and the legislative branch more quickly. I know you're no fan of Adam Schiff, but the shoe was on the other foot, just a couple years ago with Democrats.
Yeah.
and they talked about something like this.
Yeah.
Now you're in the position. Is this something that maybe Congress should look at?
Yeah, I get a little nervous about some of that. I mean, it's frustrating when you want the information, you can't get access to it. And it's frustrating when you call them in, call in the heads of these agencies, and their ongoing investigation. We can't get you there. We can't answer that question. So that's always frustrating. But we still got the best system going. It's you know, I think this was we saw this week with Judge Cannon. Like, the Constitution means what the Constitution says, and it's a great day for President Trump. More importantly, I think it was a great day for the Constitution and the rule of law. So I get nervous about trying to impact this amazing country, the best country ever, the best system ever. Sometimes you got to be careful about changing it too. So I get a little nervous about that. But I like information faster, of course.
Yeah.
But I get a little nervous about us changing it, because sometimes we make it worse.
Not to geek out or anything, but the congressional subpoena doesn't have much power right now. But okay, so you just mentioned Eileen Cannon. That's actually something I want to go to next. So you are obviously a big supporter of Donald Trump's. You were probably excited. I think you just expressed that you were glad to hear that Judge Eileen Cannon threw out the classified documents case. But purely from an oversight perspective, I'm wondering if you have any concerns if the ruling stands as it is now. Doesn't it make it harder to sort of probe a president from now on?
No, I think it's the issue was Jack Smith wasn't named special counsel in an appropriate way because he'd never been confirmed by the Senate, and you can't just create some office. That was the whole thing, and I think it stems largely from Justice Thomas's opinion in the concurring opinion in the immunity case. So I think that's plain and simple. That's just the Constitution. If Merrick Garland had picked a U.S. attorney who had been confirmed, you wouldn't be able to make this argument. The case would still be going on. Now, there's other problems with the case. Remember, a few weeks ago, we learned that they altered the sequence of the documents they had seized from President Trump's home, which you can't do. The scanned documents didn't match up with the actual physical documents, and the special counsel Smith's team had to file with the court saying, yeah, it doesn't match up. That's a problem. So there were already all kinds of problems, not to mention the different treatment that special counsel Hur found Joe Biden violated knowingly disclosed classified information and gave it to someone who wasn't allowed to get it. Found that, but he doesn't get charged, but President Trump does, and they raid his home, and they altered the sequence, and so there's all kinds of problems with that case already. But the fundamental question is what Judge Cannon answered. It's been appealed. They're going to appeal it, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah. So special counsels are supposed to be sort of insulated from politics, and under this ruling, we basically have presidential appointees doing the investigating and the charging. And from my understanding, unless Congress actually passes a law authorizing an outside appointment, that sort of would be what you're left with. But you guys wanted a special counsel on Biden, and under this ruling, from my understanding at least, that wouldn't even be allowed, right? Because the Senate Democrats would never go for, and why would Biden ever sign a special counsel into himself?
Well, I mean, again, back up to the basics here. The reason you think a special counsel is warranted in the Biden situation is because you're talking about his son being investigated. If ever there was a fact pattern that cried out and warranted some kind of special counsel, that would be the one. Instead, what happened is you had David Weiss from Delaware investigating this all. He tried to put the sweetheart deal together, and then he was named. The very guy who put the sweetheart deal together was named as the special counsel by the Biden administration after they got caught trying to sneak the deal past the judge, past the court. That's why I think you saw Republicans say, wait a minute, this never should have played out this way.
Well, that is all the time we have for right now. Obviously, people should keep an eye on Chairman Jordan throughout this investigation into the attempted assassination attempt of Donald Trump. And maybe you should give the scoop to Playbook when you actually call in those people on the ground who are going to be testifying. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much.
All right. Thank you.
I'm staying.
Please welcome Louisiana Representative Steve Scalise.
All right.
Mr. Scalise,
Good to see you, Rachel.
how are you? Thanks for
Doing
coming.
well. All right.
All right. Back-to-back interviews, no break for me.
Yeah, you're working nonstop.
Yeah. It's all good things, good problems.
Yeah.
Okay, so given all the talk about Saturday's assassination attempt of Donald Trump, I am glad to be joined here by our next guest, House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, who, as many of you guys know, has been on the receiving end of political violence himself. You'll remember that just a few years ago, Scalise almost died when a deranged gunman showed up at the Congressional Republicans' morning baseball practice and started shooting at them. As somebody who was covering House Republicans at the time, I remember how terrifying and awful it was, not just for you, but for your staff, for your family, and your colleagues. And so I want to actually start there. Just give me your reaction to the tragedy on Saturday. I mean, I'm sure it brought back a lot of horrible memories for you.
Yeah, it did. You know, my wife and I were, just at the house going through some things, and we didn't even have the TV on, and then all of a sudden our phone starts blowing up, and did you see that President Trump was shot? And you're not thinking anything like that could happen, and similar to baseball field, you don't think something like that's going to happen, and then it did, and so immediately we turned the TV on, and it was still real early and all of that, and you see blood coming from his head, and I mean, obviously, you think the worst, you think something really bad might happen, and a lot of emotions started coming back. I immediately started praying because I know the power of prayer is very real. I know that your body does shut down. I mean, when I was hit, I almost lost my life, and yet I didn't feel that way at the time because, adrenaline kicks in. You're amazingly, your body just kind of numbs you from the real pain you should be feeling.
Wow.
And so I knew as I saw him get up, it was great to see him get up, and and he clenches his fist, and I thought it was incredibly reassuring to the crowd. But I also knew that doesn't mean he's okay, because his body might be okay at the moment, but there could be some more severe wounds. We even saw that with Reagan.
Right.
Reagan thought he was fine. He gets in the car, and as they're driving,
He's
they
making
realize
jokes in the hospital.
there was a worse wound. He almost lost his life, and no one thought that either. So until he got to the hospital and they said he's okay, I wasn't comfortable that he was okay, because I knew even though he was looking fine getting to even the Beast where they took him away, that there still could have been something worse with the rapid fire. But as then it played out later, and you watch the audio especially, and I heard the pop, 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 it was eerily similar. That sound was eerily similar to what happened in 2016 or 17. And then the shooter down comments, when they said shooter down, that's exactly what they said on the ball field in 2017. So a lot of those emotions came back. But I'll tell you this, I mean, when I was in the hospital the night of the shooting, my wife had flown up from New Orleans with our young kids, and, they didn't know if I was going to make it through the night. President Trump and Melania came to the hospital that night and, spent a lot of time just consoling her and the kids. And for almost every week for weeks, he would just call her randomly to check in on her. And it's a side of the president that people don't see. He's got an incredibly warm side. Yeah, he would just call Jennifer, and, and he would just say, how are you doing? How are the kids doing? And, and he had his doctor at the time was Ronnie Jackson, who's now my colleague. Ronnie would be checking in to see, and we gave him permission, but checking in to see how I was doing, because the president himself wanted updates on how my condition was. He's a man that's got incredible compassion. And, I reached out to him later that day, just to check on him, and was so glad to know he was doing okay. But, it was just a sad day, but a day that brought back a lot of memories.
Everybody's been a lot of Republicans have been trying to get a hold of him and just talk to him. Have you been, what did he say to you back? Like, what was his sort of?
It was just a short conversation, but it was just, he's, again, his spirits are incredibly upbeat. And I think he recognizes this moment that, a lot of people are looking to him, including some people maybe that had written him off, that maybe are giving him a second look, because the rhetoric has been so hypercharged, and some of the things said about him, for years, people comparing him to Hitler and the end of the world, and democracy will end if I mean, that's the stuff that needs to
J.D.
dial
Vance
down.
compared him to Hitler, actually, at one point,
Yeah,
a long
but
time ago.
I do think hopefully we're going to see a dialing down of that kind of rhetoric. I mean, clearly there are political differences, between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, between a lot of us in the House on the Republican and Democrat side. Americans have differences with their neighbors. The political differences are fair game. Like, talk about those in a civil way, but we shouldn't demonize a person. The person shouldn't be what you demonize. And hopefully everybody looks in the mirror and says, is there something we can do to dial it down that we're doing? And I hope everybody does that.
I'm going to come back to that in a second. But just to go back to former President Trump, you could tell watching him come into the arena last night that he is a changed man after Saturday. I mean, the sort of swagger you see that sort of emanates from him wherever he goes, it wasn't there. I swear there was a point when I was watching the TV screen that it looked like he was about to start crying. Yeah. And look, anybody who has gone through, trauma like this is going to be shaken to their core and affected by it. And I'm wondering how you going through this situation has changed you, not just physically, but also mentally, and how did you get through that?
Yeah, and I know when I came back to Congress, it took me 3.5 months, and a lot of people say, how have you changed? Have you changed what you think or what you? And that's not. I didn't change my views, but your perspective changes absolutely. I mean, when you're that close from not making it. I thought about my kids. I thought about my wife. I wanted to see my friends again. Like, those were the things you thought about. And we all have jobs, and I have a job that's got a lot of other. I represent 750,000 people in Congress. I'm the majority leader of the House. All of those things are important, but that's not what your life is about. Your life is about the family and friends and the things that you do when you're in your free time. And just the perspective, I think, changed for me, and I think maybe his perspective changes too. I'm not going to speak for him, but I saw that too last night. I do think there's kind of a different reckoning of your awareness of what really is important in life. It crystallizes it, because it doesn't change your views, but it absolutely crystallizes what's important in life. And he is a man who always viewed himself as somebody who, he's made his money. He's been successful in life. He fights for other people. And I think his focus on what's at stake, not just for himself, but other people, might be sharper too.
I don't know if you ever experienced this in the wake of the shooting against you, but were there ever points where you felt like fear or like alertness sort of creep in randomly in the weeks and months afterwards, and how did you deal with that?
Yeah, it was weird. I never had that kind of PTSD type feeling. In my situation, I mean, for really the first month, they didn't know if I was going to make it, because I had a couple of relapses where, an infection set in, and I didn't, they thought I might get out in a month and a half, and then I had another infection, and boom, there you go, you got another big setback. So I was focused really on getting better, and I had a choice to make early off. Do you try to feel sorry for yourself, or do you try to focus on getting better? And I made an early decision, rip the rearview mirror off. I'm not going to look behind me, because if I do, that's only negative energy. I needed to look forward. I needed to learn how to walk again. I mean, I had a lot of things I had to put all of my energy in doing, and I wouldn't have done that if I was splitting time between, gee whiz, why did it happen, or woe is me. I mean, I'm alive. I'm lucky. I am lucky to be alive. Now I need to focus on getting better, and that's where I put my energy, and it served me well, because from that point on, it was just amazing how I was not able to worry about what had happened. I got to just focus on getting better and then getting back to doing the things I want. When I got back to Congress, it was wonderful to be able to go back to work. And, I think with President Trump, you saw him. I think he just felt really good to be around the people who love him. I mean, there's thousands of people in that arena, and there's millions of people around this country who love President Trump. And I think, they just announced today that he and J.D. Vance are going to do a rally in Michigan. You can't live in fear. If you live in fear, you're done. And so he needs to get back out. Obviously, Secret Service, and there's going to be a focus on what needs to get better there. But he's got to be able to focus on just doing what he's always done and what he loves doing, and inspiring so many people who, I think more people are going to be looking to him for inspiration. And I think there is a recognition amongst President Trump now that there is that ability to maybe reach more people. And so go out and do that, but don't look back.
It's interesting, because my next question was actually about what advice you would give to former President Trump as he's sort of dealing with this in the coming days. But, it sounds like you're saying don't retreat. Like, go out, be out there. Like,
just be who you are, but with that renewed focus. I mean, I do think there is a different focus that he has now that will make him a better leader. And he's already been a great leader, but I think this just brings him to a different level.
So I remember when you were shot, there was an outpouring of gratitude amongst, Republicans, Democrats, staffers for your Capitol Police detail that saved your life and actually killed the gunman. We are seeing a very different reaction with the Secret Service here. A lot of people calling for investigations, for the Secret Service director to resign. I'm wondering, how are these situations different?
Yeah, with the security of any president or former president, obviously there is, Secret Service's job is to protect presidents and former presidents, and they always have a high level of detail, advance, all of that, and so any event that they go to, and Donald Trump's in a unique position because he's a former president who is running for president, the leading candidate for president. So it's not just like, President George W. Bush, who, if he went to a restaurant tonight, he's going to have Secret Service protection. They're going to take it serious. But Donald Trump is not just going to a restaurant. He's going to a rally with thousands of people and secure and unsecure perimeters. All of those things are things that the Secret Service deals with on a regular basis when they're doing their job. That's the area of scrutiny that you're seeing. Obviously, we're going to be having a hearing on that next week with our Oversight Committee and our Homeland Security Committees. I think there's still a lot of questions that have been raised that are very valid that our committee members and I think the American people still want answered.
Absolutely. I've heard a lot of concern that the Secret Service hasn't been forthcoming with information. First of all, you've been briefed. You know some of the stuff that's going on behind the scenes right now, but do you feel that they're not being forthcoming enough with you guys about what happened? And how does this compare with the sort of flow of information your staff and your family got, right after your situation?
Yeah, I've been very frustrated with the lack of information. I think the Secret Service head should have been out publicly, right away. I mean, you saw the local law enforcement who were not point. I mean, Secret Service runs point on that event, and they obviously work with local law enforcement and other federal agencies, but it is Secret Service's primary responsibility. And the fact that you had the local law enforcement giving a press conference, frankly being asked questions that the head of the Secret Service should have been asked, and she, kind of was nowhere to be found during that period. And yet they took those tough questions. She's got to answer tough questions. You can't hide from them. You can't say, well, it was the slope of the roof was a little too tough for us to monitor. Of course, a 20-year-old kid was able to monitor and climb up that roof. That wasn't too tough. Those are not the answers that we're looking for. I know in the shooting in 2017, one of the frustrations we had is it was initially designated by the FBI as suicide by cop. Here you had a shooter that tried to kill every cop on the ball field, and they called it suicide by cop. I mean, David Bailey and Crystal Griner with Capitol Police are true heroes. Both were shot during the shootout and kept going after the shooter until they took him out. He wanted to kill not just me, but everybody. There were over a dozen members of Congress on that ball field. Later, to their credit, it took over 2 years, but Congressman Brad Wenstrup, one of the heroes of that day, kept pressing the FBI in an open hearing, finally got the new FBI director to acknowledge, I'm going to go relook at that, and within days he reclassified it as domestic terrorism, which it was. At least the FBI in this case was quick to classify it as a suicide attempt, or as assassination attempt on the president. They didn't try to say suicide by cop, but I do think the FBI, who's running point on the investigation, at least started off the right way with the call of this was an assassination attempt. The FBI back then called it suicide by cop, and so their initial approach was not the tone we wanted to see. Today, I think it's different, and hopefully they're aggressive in finding out if there are answers to be found, that we get those.
Do you think the Secret Service director should step down?
I think she should. I've been very disappointed in her lack of candor. I think the American people need to see whatever the answers are. Tough questions. You got to take the tough questions. You take a position like that. These are days, whether it's Homeland Security Chief or Secret Service Director, you can't have a bad day. And, every day you do your job, the bad guy only has to be right once. We know how that works. And we put a lot of resources in place to make sure they have the tools they need. The questions, where were the drones? All of those other things. There's a lot of technology available that was not used. And we still haven't gotten basic questions answered like that.
So you mentioned rhetoric. Yesterday, President Biden apologized for saying that the party needs to put Trump in the bullseye to donors just a few days ago. And I know you've said that the left, you feel, needs to cool the language when it comes to attacking Trump. But what about former President Trump and Republicans? Is there anything that you think your party needs to do to take the temperature down? And I guess I'm also thinking about people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who were out there saying that, this was a directive from Biden and, that the Democrats were somehow in on this. I mean, that's not helpful.
Well, Marjorie
right?
spoke at the convention last night, and I thought it was a very good tone. But at the end of the day, everybody needs to look in the mirror. But it's not just elected officials, and I've been clear about this. I mean, obviously, elected officials are going to be scrutinized at a much higher level. But in the mainstream media, late night talk show hosts, I mean, you can't turn on a late night talk show right now without the host usually giving their entire monologue trashing Donald Trump. And this has been going on for years. This isn't recent. It's not a new phenomenon. And I mean, in the case of the shooting in 2017, the shooter said one of the things that charged him was not just language from the left, but it was Rachel Maddow. He watched her show, and that language turned him too. So, everybody's got to look in the mirror and say, can we do better? And I think they can. I mean, Morning Joe got taken off the air yesterday. Sad indictment, but the network didn't even feel they could trust their anchors to go through 3 hours without saying something that might be hypercharged. I mean, they've got to look in the mirror, and their only anger today was that they got taken off yesterday. Not
the Republicans have to look in the mirror.
Well, but everybody
yes.
needs.
Yeah.
But everybody needs to look in the mirror. But the fact that some that are causing some of this don't want to look in the mirror.
I mean, somebody tried to
problem.
take a hammer to Nancy Pelosi, ended up getting her husband. I mean, like,
right.
Just
and we all call those incidents out. I called that incident out immediately, reached out to Nancy and talked to Paul as well. And none of those incidents are acceptable. And at the same time, we just need to say, if there's language that's helping contribute to that, dial the language down. Disagree on policy. Again, we're going to have those disagreements. That's why we have a presidential campaign. But if you find yourself just going after the character of the other person, maybe you've lost the debate. Maybe you need to find something else to go and criticize, but stop the hypercharged stuff. And again, all these comparisons to Hitler and other things, I mean, it's been going on for too long. It's got to stop.
I want to get to a potential Republican agenda in 2025 in a minute, and also the House map expanding. But one last sort of question on this. Trump, like you, is now a victim of, or survivor, I should say, survivor of gun violence. And so naturally, some people are asking, as they always do in these tragic situations, if something should be changing on gun control issues here in Washington. And you'll recall that former President Trump, when he was in the White House, he actually was talking to Democrats about potentially doing some sort of gun restrictions. I remember that maybe not Oval Office meeting, but there was a White House meeting where he said, "Are you afraid of the NRA?" to the Republicans. I mean, you can tell that he has flirted with this issue before. Do you foresee any gun changes at the national level under a Trump administration, given what happened to the former president?
Yeah, and I know this comes up a lot of times. In 2017, I was asked that right after the shooting. Gee whiz, should now we, limit people's gun rights today? I don't agree with that, because at the end of the day, we still don't even know how he got the gun. His father had the gun. Did his father give him the gun? Did he steal the gun from his father? I mean, in so many cases, and look, there's a lot of data on gun crimes in America, which, by the way, are not the #1 killer of people. But that's where the focus seems to be. In most cases, the gun was stolen. And this is, handguns are still the primary cause of gun deaths. And so I don't hear anybody suggesting we take away handguns. Maybe a few people on the left do. I sure don't. But at the end of the day, we have a crime problem. We also have other problems with mental health, and mental health seems to get lost in the shuffle all the time. Don't know if that was the case in this incident yet. Maybe we will find out more. But at the same time, let's go and find out what really happened. But taking away the guns from law-abiding citizens is never been proven to be the answer, because most of the states with the toughest gun laws in the country, I mean, the shooter in my case was living in Illinois, which has the toughest gun laws in the country, and yet he still got the gun, and he still tried to take all of us out. So, just taking away the rights of law-abiding citizens is not the answer. The Second Amendment's in the Constitution for a reason.
You mentioned mental health. Republicans often talk about this. If Republicans control all of Washington next year, I mean, what will you guys actually do on mental health? What are we talking about here? More funding? More? I mean, like, what are we?
There's a lot. You go back and look into the 1970s when a lot of real changes were made. You had mental institutions where people that had serious mental health problems were placed for care. And a lot of those were shut down by the government, and I think they thought it might have been a stigma. And so a lot of those people that were in those institutions getting care just ended up getting thrown out on the streets. A lot of them ended up in prisons. A lot of them are homeless, just out on the streets right now. It's not like the problem got solved. They just, in the name of, oh, let's get rid of what we think is a problem, they never had an alternative for it. And so they just sent a lot of people with mental health problems out onto the streets to fend for themselves. It's not a good answer. And I do think we need to go revisit, the results of those decisions from decades ago that never really have been looked at again, and then help the states. There are some states that are going to be more innovative than others at dealing with this. Let's go and highlight the areas where states have been successful and then replicate that in other places.
I was going to say, in theory, people who are struggling with mental health issues who have been hospitalized, without their consent are not supposed to be able to get a gun. But I'm wondering, would Republicans do something on that in terms of making sure guns don't fall into the hands of people who are in a crisis mode?
Well, if you look at right now the flexibility, and there are states, again, that have done this well, but it is very, very hard for other states to replicate it because of our laws. Medicaid, for example, very, very rigid in terms of what federal tax dollars can do for health care. If a state has a really good idea, they really aren't given the flexibility to go and try that out. We need to flex some of that money. And we're talking hundreds of billions of dollars that are spent. This is not something that we're shortchanging. That's not being spent in the best way. And so let's go look and see, are there better ways to spend those dollars? Can we give states more flexibility to do smarter things with the money that's out there?
I'm going to come back to election issues, because I know you really want to talk about House expanded map. But first, I want to make sure we give some time to a Republican agenda in 2025, because if the election were today, pretty much all of my Republican and Democratic sources think that you guys are going to have a trifecta.
I like your sources, by the way.
You like the Democratic sources too? They'll have a White House, you'll have both chambers of Congress. And so let's talk about what are the top priorities for the party.
Yeah, we've been talking about this a lot, and this isn't measuring drapes. It's saying, okay, we're very focused on the election. And in the House, that's our focus. We want to help President Trump. The Senate is looking really good too, but in some states, take a state like Pennsylvania or Michigan, where you have an opportunity to help President Trump win that state and flip a Senate seat and win at least 2 House seats, both of those states. We're spending a lot of time, all of us together, working as much as we can together in those kind of states, but we're talking about real issues. And the good news is, over these last year and a half, as we've had big disagreements with President Biden on policy, we've not just said we don't like President Biden's border plan. We don't. He has had an open border plan. He's taken specific actions to open the border that he can reverse, and he's made a clear choice not to close the border.
He's taken some executive action.
But they've not worked, and I think it's by design. And so what we did is said, okay, it's one thing to say you don't like what's going on. You don't like how the economy is not really meeting the needs of low and middle income people. But it's not good enough to say what you don't like. If you're going to be a leader, if you're going to be a legislative chamber that wants to show the country you can deliver results, you've got to show your alternative. What's your bill? And not just bullet points. What is your bill that's going to fix that problem? And so we have brought many bills to the floor, this Congress, even with a 1 or 2 seat majority some of those weeks, where we brought a bill to the floor, H.R. 1, showing the country how we can produce our own energy again at a lower cost. One of the biggest drivers of inflation right now, when you go to the grocery store, why are you paying so much for food? It's not just regulations, it's also the high cost of energy to get that food to the grocery store. When you go to the pump to fill up your car, when you're paying your electricity bill in your house, you're paying way too much. You're paying 40% more in most states because of Joe Biden's policies. So we brought a bill to fix that, to show the country how you can have better energy policy, not just talking points. And that bill, H.R. 1, is over in the Senate. H.R. 2, you don't like the border? How do you fix it? We don't just talk about it. We passed a bill, H.R. 2. It was not easy to put that coalition together because every Democrat voted no. They said, we don't want to solve the problem. They did not want to be a part of our coalition to put that bill together. And so you look at our Republican majority, we have a lot of different viewpoints. Not all Republicans feel the same way. And so I put a coalition together last year of about 5 different viewpoints on immigration and border policy within our conference to ultimately put together H.R. 2 and pass what everybody categorizes as the strongest border security bill passed by Congress in decades. And it was hard to do because it hasn't been done in a long, long time, but we did it. And we showed the country how you can do it. We passed a Parents' Bill of Rights to show parents how they can be more involved in their kids' education. You know, tax policy is going to be front and center as well to make sure we don't have a $5 trillion tax hike. President Biden said he wants all the Trump tax cuts to expire. That means, and let's be clear about this, using Biden's own numbers, that means a $5 trillion tax hike on Americans. Everyone will feel that pinch. To think only people making over $400,000 will be affected by it is a lie. You can go look at the data from CBO and Joint Committee on Tax. If you're making less than $100,000 a year, you'll pay over $2,200 a year in more taxes under Biden's plan. So we say, no, we don't want a tax hike on anybody. We want to get the economy moving again. We want to create jobs again. All of that's going to be front and center, and we can do a lot of that in budget reconciliation in just the first 100 days of a Republican majority with the House, Senate, and White House in place. And I think it'll be something this country would be excited about because we can turn this country around in a very short period of time.
Let's break some of that up here. You mentioned a lot of ideas right there. So first of all, reconciliation. We'll just start right there since that was the last thing you mentioned. You've tasked committee chairs with coming up with ideas of what you can actually do with reconciliation. The number one thing I keep hearing from people is taxes, and the Trump era taxes, as you mentioned, are going to expire. Do you envision Republicans using that to just extend them, or do you want to go even further, cut corporate taxes even more? Like, what are Republican leaders thinking about taxes? Is it just an extension, or are there certain things you want to go even lower?
Well, it's still early, and like I said, you know, we have to win everything first. None of this happens if we don't win the White House, Senate, and White House. So let's be crystal clear about that. But if we do, I mean, I've sat down with President Trump months ago at Mar-a-Lago talking through what he wants to do, because, you know, he's the president of the United States. If he wins, he will be the driver of this as well. And we worked very closely with him back in 2017 when we passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which was, by the way, one of the most successful pieces of legislation that helped rebuild our middle class, which was we were losing millions of jobs. Great companies were leaving America. I mean, go back and look in 2016 and prior, we were losing great companies to foreign nations. We turned that around. And so if those tax cuts expire, those rates go back up again, we could lose those companies again easily to other countries. So we want to lock in those rates. Can we go lower? Let's look and see. You know, President Trump's talked a lot about getting rid of the tax on tips. I think that's something important to look at. I've been looking at it. I've talked to President Trump about this a number of times because, you know, he's still talking about it a lot on the campaign trail, and he's committed to it. And so it's something we're going to look at working into this whole plan. Ultimately, you're going to have a big negotiation if we get everything between the House, Senate, and the White House to put it together. That's how we did it in 2017. I was the majority whip when we did it. And there were a lot of back and forth conversations. And budget reconciliation is an important tool. You know, for most people, they don't know what that means. It's the ability to get a bill through the Senate with 51 votes instead of 60. It's a powerful tool from that regard, but it has limitations. And so you have to first work within those limitations. And so your question is, if I want to do that, can that fit into that narrow limitation of budget reconciliation? And if the answer is yes, you also have financial limitations to that as well. And so whatever you want to do is great, but you put it all in and then it's all got to add up. And it did in 2017 and it worked phenomenally. And our economy never was better when you look at the results in 2017, 18, 19, before COVID shut the economy down. Our economy in America was the envy of the world. We can get back to that. And so can we go further? I'd like to see us.
Is there a target?
Yeah, there are numbers that we're looking at on things. Again, it's all about making sure middle and low income families who are struggling the hardest get the biggest benefit. They got the biggest benefit, by the way, of the 2017 bill. The lower and middle income families did the best by far, and those are using the federal government's numbers after the fact. You look at tax revenue coming in. We rebuilt our middle class by doing that. Let's keep helping grow more opportunity for people that are working their way up.
So you mentioned you met with former President Trump about agenda items.
Yeah.
Is he behind H.R. 2? I mean, I know that there's a lot of Democrats who, frankly, despise that bill. They're petrified of it, too.
Why don't they want a secure border?
Do you envision that is actually something that you can get through the Senate and that Donald Trump would sign?
We're sure going to try it again. I mean, at least in a Republican Senate, you would get a vote on it. Chuck Schumer refuses to bring that up. And, you know, the idea of a bill that secures the border that we didn't just come up with on our own. You know, many of us, myself included, Speaker Johnson, most of our members went to the border multiple times. We met with our Border Patrol agents. They'll let us in bed with them. And so you can go through a shift change at 11 o'clock at night, which is when a lot of people come across the border illegally. easily because they know there's a shift change. They know where the openings are. They, the gotaways that you hear about. And by the way, they're undercounting the gotaways. And so they know where those areas are. They know where, if you want to come in and be found so you can get your little court date 6 years from now, which over 90% of people don't even show up for, they come in and get that too. So they told us what the problems were, and we put all that in the form of a bill called H.R. 2. President loves all those ideas. Now, many of these can be done by the president himself. Remain in Mexico is a protocol that President Trump negotiated with the president of Mexico. Joe Biden ended it because it was working. He asked Joe Biden why he ended that policy that was working so well. Just because Trump did it and it worked. So Joe Biden ended it. He won't renegotiate it. President Trump can renegotiate that. He doesn't need it in a bill, but we had that in H.R. 2. You look at ending of catch and release. Again, all of our Border Patrol agents will tell you they don't want to catch somebody who could be a hardened criminal coming from a jail in a foreign country, and they, by law, now have to release them. And they go off, and we've seen, Lake and Riley Act, all the people that have gone and murdered civilian, innocent citizens who were criminals in other countries. So end, catch, and release, that is in our bill. President Trump can invoke that on his own. So some of that are things President Trump could do. Some of it, he needs more money to complete building of the wall. So we could put more money into a reconciliation bill, more technology for drones. The Border Patrol agents would love more technology. We could put that into budget reconciliation. A lot of ways to get this done, but it starts at the top. President Biden could do a lot of this on his own. He refuses to. He ended a lot of those policies that were working. President Trump can put that back in place.
I am being signaled that I have to wrap up because John Cornyn is here, Senator John Cornyn. But I gotta say, just very quickly, clearly Joe Biden put a bill forward. And Republicans in the House didn't want anything to do with it. So, wouldn't it have been better even to just get some solutions to these border problems?
If you read the bill, and believe me, we've gone and actually read the bill. The text of the bill matters. Joe Biden says, hey, I've got a bill. Go read his bill. It baselines 5,000 people illegally a day before it's identified as a problem. Johnson, who was the Homeland Security Secretary under Obama, said 1,000 people illegally a day is a crisis. And Joe Biden wants to baseline 5,000? That would be in law.
It would have ended catch and release, right? And it would have made sure people don't wait 6 years.
Guess what? Joe Biden can end catch and release today with a pen. He can do that today without a bill. But if you baseline 5,000 people a day is okay, then that means President Trump can't fix that problem if it's 1,000 people a day. 1,000 is too many. Why would you say 5,000 is okay under law? That's not in law right now. Don't put bad policy in law, because then it can't be undone without 60 votes in the Senate. If you look at what President Biden could do today, he refuses to do it. President Trump will do that on his first day in office with a pen. Then let's go get the rest of the things you can't do, either in law through reconciliation or through a bill that might take 60 votes in the Senate. We're going to be trying all of those avenues. But the country, this is the #1 issue, and Joe Biden created this problem, and he refuses to fix it. And by the way, Kamala Harris is in charge of the border. Anybody thinks she's doing a good job there?
They're going to come in here and carry us out, I think, because we're going way over.
We cover a lot of territory.
Thank you, Mr. Scalise. I really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Please welcome Politico's Food and Agriculture Policy Reporter, Meredith Lee Hill, and South Dakota Senator John Thune.
Awesome. Well, you're going to see the good part of the state. And enjoy it. All right, sounds good. Yep. Thanks. All right. Bring on the ag audience.
Senator Thune, it's a pleasure to welcome you here in Milwaukee. It's exciting to see you outside the halls of the Capitol here in Milwaukee. I'm excited to chat with you today. There's lots to get to. You're running to become the next Republican Senate leader, possibly the next majority leader if Republicans flip the Senate as your favorite to do this fall. We'll also talk about your Senate outlook and what a potential second Trump administration could look like. And you're also an active member of the Senate Agriculture Committee. We'll talk about ag policy, what that might look like ahead, and also the Farm Bill. But first, I wanted to get to some news of the day and get your reaction to Democratic Senator Bob Menendez of New Jersey being found guilty on all counts in his federal corruption trial. And now that he's been found guilty, do you think he should resign?
I do. think it's time, and I think that's what a lot of his colleagues, including a number of the members of the Democrat leadership in the Senate, that's the conclusion they've come to as well.
If he doesn't resign, would you encourage Democrats to vote to expel him?
I think that's a decision ultimately they're going to have to make. They're in the majority, but I would certainly think that would be appropriate based on the circumstances in the case. I mean, obviously, he's going to appeal it. He's indicated that he will, but I think it's, you know, I think the die is cast on that one, and it's time to move on.
Understood. I also wanted to ask about Senator J.D. Vance, your Senate GOP colleague, being picked by the former president as his running mate. Vance is more of a, from the contingent of the Republican conference that is pushing for major changes after Leader McConnell steps down. He's also praised President Biden's top antitrust enforcer. I'm just wondering what his selection as vice president, that candidate, what that says to you about the direction of the Republican Party.
Well, I think it's, you know, he's the first Marine to be, if he ends up being the vice president. He's got a, you know, military background, a very compelling personal story, as I think a lot of people are aware. And I think he offers an opportunity for our party, the Republican Party, to connect with some voters in parts of the country that perhaps haven't always resonated with our message. But he's clearly, you know, a young, up-and-coming leader in the country, and I think he's an impressive messenger, very articulate, defends his views really well, argues his case really well, as we've seen in the couple of years that he's been in the Senate. But I think in terms of the direction of the party, you know, obviously that pick is Trump gets somebody who kind of reinforces a lot of his views, particularly with respect to national security, foreign policy, and some domestic policy as well. But you know, these are all debates we're going to have if we're successful, we get the White House, and if we're successful in flipping the majority in the Senate, there'll be some very interesting conversations in the future about economic policy and national security policy. But one thing I think everybody agrees on, and that is that the Republican Party is the party when it comes to national security. And if you look at previous Democrat administrations, they always cut spending on the military. That's been true of this one as well. And I think that you know, a Trump-Vance ticket is going to be one that's very committed to keeping America strong.
Well, I do want to ask about Ukraine aid. Vance obviously is part of the contingent of the conference that is more skeptical and generally opposed to more U.S. aid to Ukraine. And I'm wondering if Republicans win the White House and secure both chambers of Congress, will the United States provide Ukraine aid in 2025?
Well, I think the question is, you know, first off, what will the need be? I'm hoping that the most recent infusion of assistance will be helpful in getting the Ukrainians to a point where they are able to negotiate an end to the war. And I think that's what we all hope to achieve through all this. We'll cross that bridge if and when we get to it. And, you know, there are differences of opinion, and fairly strong ones, as you know, within the Republican conference about the best way to project American power on the world stage. And I think the one thing, as I pointed out earlier, we all agree on, and that is that we've got to have a strong military. This will be the first year in, I think, 40 years or so where we're going to drop below 3% of GDP when it comes to spending on the military under the Biden administration. I expect the Trump administration will change that. We'll start investing again in the Navy and the nuclear enterprise and things like that. How that is deployed around the world will be a subject of debate. But yes, there are differences of opinion about that. I'm someone who believes strongly in our alliances, in NATO, and in America's place in the world, and the important leadership role that America plays in the world.
Do you have any concerns that a Republican Congress next year won't have the support or unity around the issue of providing Ukraine aid?
Hard to say. I mean, I don't think we probably had a real fully unified position this last year. You know, there was a vigorous debate about that. And ultimately, there were 32 votes, I think, in the end for Ukraine. But my view is that every time that issue comes up, it's another opportunity for us to take a hard look at how and where we use American power in the world, and you know, what are the ultimate objectives that we're trying to achieve and the outcomes that we're trying to realize. And I think that in this case, obviously, it's a Ukraine that is free and democratic, and hopefully one that can, you know, that with American support, other support from other nations around the world, including NATO, would be in a position to negotiate a strong deal in the end that would achieve those objectives.
Mm-hmm. And then you mentioned the varying economic messages among Republicans right now. We obviously saw a pretty populist message yesterday during the convention. And I'm wondering how you're navigating that in your leadership race, talking to other senators like Vance and others. And do you think you have the support at this point to be elected leader?
Well, leadership elections are secret ballot elections, so I don't know that you can ever fully predict anything, but I feel good about where we're at and the conversations that we're having, and we're hearing everybody out. And we have people who have different views about what they want to see in our leadership. But I think as much as anything else, a lot of our members want the Senate to function more effectively and efficiently than it does today under Chuck Schumer. And I don't think that will be hard to achieve because it's a low bar. And we don't do a lot in the Schumer-led Senate. We don't use the regular order process. We don't get an amendment process when bills get to the floor. He fills the amendment tree. And I think democratizing the Senate, opening it up, allowing regular order to work, allowing the committees to function, and enabling and empowering individual senators to use their skills and talents and put them to their highest and best use is something that we want to see if I'm fortunate enough to be the leader. But we're going to have big challenges ahead of us, and it's going to require the team to be able to pull together. If we have the trifecta, the House, the Senate, and the White House, the expectations are going to be high. I think we have to be realistic about what we can achieve, but I also think that we're going to need to work and function well as a team. And I'm based on the conversations I've had with my colleagues. I feel good about where we're headed, and I'm certainly listening and taking to heart the suggestions that they're making.
Mm-hmm. We'll come back to policy. I did want to ask briefly about the attempted assassination of the former president this past weekend. Your thoughts about hearing that news, and just your thoughts about how both parties should be talking about their opponents at this point. Right.
Well, like most Americans, I was shocked and really, frankly, saddened that this is kind of where we are. And there'll be a lot of questions. Will continue to be questions, and there'll be some oversight done by the relevant committees in the House and the Senate to try and get to the bottom of why it happened, how it happened, et cetera. But I think in terms of the overall tone of our politics, yeah, we ought to be able to dial it down. And I think you can have disagreements in this country, and sometimes those can be fierce disagreements. People have strong convictions. The country, frankly, is very divided on some pretty big issues. But I think you can do that in a way that's respectful and that doesn't promote or encourage the type of violence that we saw this last weekend in Pennsylvania. So I remain hopeful about that. I think it's important for people in leadership positions to set the right tone. And certainly, as we get into the last 4 months of this election year at the presidential level, House and Senate, I hope that all candidates, to the degree that we have big policy differences, talk about those. But we certainly don't need to encourage or in any way countenance violence when it comes to our politics.
Mm-hmm. Some Republicans, including Senator Vance, have claimed that President Biden and the left are to blame for this. I'm just wondering your thoughts on that.
Well, there have been statements made by President Biden and others on the left that are inflammatory, provocative, if you will, and that's certainly, and they're not alone in that category. I think both sides oftentimes, and particularly in the world of social media, resort to tactics and tone that really isn't something that ought to characterize our politics in this country. So, like I said, I hope both sides will dial it down. Clearly, there's been an escalation, I think, on this, and you've seen some of the things have been highlighted that President Biden and others have said. But I would hope that both Republicans and Democrats can conduct themselves in our politics in a way that does accentuate the differences. And elections are fundamentally about differences, and there are some significant ones. So you can't downplay the fact that there are people who feel very strongly in this country and ought to be able to exercise their First Amendment rights to express their views. But it should never be in a way that encourages or resorts to violence to accomplish those objectives.
And you mentioned oversight. What specifically are you looking for Congress to do?
Well, I think that there's already a conversation going on. Of course, the House has the gavels, the Republican majority there. They're looking into the practices employed by the Secret Service in circumstances like this. allocation of resources, manpower, et cetera. And I suspect some of that will be done in the Senate as well. We're certainly encouraging that. We'll push hard for the people who have the chairs, and we're not in the majority in the Senate, but to get to the bottom of it. These are there are a lot of questions surrounding this that I think need to be answered, and certainly the American people deserve answers. And we want to do everything we can to prevent anything like this from happening again. So I think that the relevant committees in the Senate and the House, and hopefully the White House will be involved in this in their own way as well, will try and get to the bottom of it to figure out not only what went wrong, but what are the solutions for the future.
Mm-hmm. Are you expecting hearings in the few days after Congress gets back, or what is the timeline
I
for
think,
that?
again, we don't set the schedule in the Senate. I would certainly hope that the Senate would, if they've got other things scheduled, maybe that aren't as important, make this a priority and deal with it. I think the House will do that. But, the quicker we get to the bottom of it, the more quickly we have the answers, then I think the better position we're going to be to put solutions in place that will prevent it from happening again.
And what are you expecting to hear from the former president on Thursday when he gives his acceptance speech? And what kind of message are you expecting?
I think he'll obviously highlight a vision, I would expect, for the next 4 years. And that would be, and again, that highlights the differences between the way that the current administration is running the country. And I think that will apply on, it'll be national security, it'll be energy policy, the economy, how to deal with inflation, combat inflation, obviously the border. Those are all issues I would expect him to highlight and to talk about what he and his administration and working with hopefully a Republican Congress would do differently from the current administration, where you've got 20% cumulative inflation over the past 3.5 years, and about 10 million people having come across the border illegally. I think those issues are going to play heavily on people's minds and how they vote. And so, most voters in this country tend to be pocketbook voters, and so I think he'll talk a lot about pocketbook issues.
How would you characterize your relationship with the former president right now? He's obviously pressed for a primary against you in your most recent race. How do you plan to work with him if you're the Senate Majority Leader next year and he's in the White House?
Well, we have big work to do for the country, and what I've indicated to him is that if he is successful and is the next president, and I'm fortunate enough to be the next Republican leader, that we will work very quickly to get his team in place so that we can go to work for the good of the country. And I think in terms of, we have a good business-like relationship, professional relationship, and I think both realize that to get things done for this country, you've got to have people who are willing to work together and work as a team. So I've made that clear to the former president, and I think we have an understanding. And again, I don't know how this is all going to come out. It's all speculative at this point, whether or not I'm going to win that race or not. But if I do, and if he's successful, then we want to hit the ground running. And I think that's going to be require a level of cooperation and consultation and discussion about how we're going to go about getting results for the American people.
Mm-hmm. And how confident are you right now that Republicans will secure both the House and the Senate this fall for 2025, as well as the White House?
It's hard to, these races, at least in the Senate, I'm pretty confident we can get the majority. Now, the majority means if you have the presidency, you've got the vice president breaks a tie, so you've got to get to 50-50, and I think that we look very good in West Virginia right now, and there are a number of other states on the map that if things break our way, we could get, there's a number of these seats that could break for us. There's a number of seats that they could go one way, we could win them all, we could lose them all. I think they're that close. They're on a razor's edge. But if there is any kind of a tailwind building, and it sort of feels like there is, I'm pretty confident. I think we have, first of all, we got a great map, but then we have really, really strong candidates in all those key states. And we have the president's performing well in a lot of the states where we've got competitive Senate races. And so if our candidates can take advantage of that, part of this, of course, is resources. There is a significant difference, financial disadvantage that a lot of our candidates have relative to their Democrat opponents in hard dollars. But you don't have to have as much money as the other side, but you've got to have enough money to get your message out. And so I think right now it's raising the resources so that our candidates can deliver their message, and then just executing on the campaign plan, ultimately, which means getting the vote on election day. So it's a good map. I think it's a favorable environment. We're obviously optimistic and hopeful, but being Scandinavian from the same part of the country that you're from, I always sort of believe life is supposed to be hard and kind of look at it as the glass half empty. But I think I feel like we're in the best position we can be.
And if that's the case, if Republicans secure both chambers and the White House, what are some of your top policy goals for 2025?
Well, I think that, obviously there are some conversations going on already, and I've had some, we're reaching out to our senators, Republican senators, and also there's some bicameral conversations going on between the House and the Senate right now about what it might look like. How do we hit the ground running? How do we get some things going early on? But I think, extending the 2017 tax provisions, there's a ton of interest in that, and clearly a huge impact on the economy if we don't. I think sort of getting away from the heavy hand of the regulatory state that we've seen under the current administration, some of which can be accomplished by executive action, but some of which will need to work with the Congress. I think unleashing American energy will be a big priority for our members. I was at a part of a panel earlier this morning where that was the subject. And of course the border is going to be a big issue, and a lot of that can probably be achieved too by executive action. But I think those are kind of categories of subjects and issues, but again, there's going to be an economic agenda, and then I would argue too a national security agenda, and making sure that there is stability around the world. And I think there's a lot of chaos and instability in the world today, so obviously rebuilding and making sure that our military is well poised and well prepared for any of the challenges that we face out there in the threat matrix, so to speak, is also going to be a big priority for the new Congress and the new president, if we are fortunate enough to have that opportunity.
All right, let's turn to the Farm Bill. This is a $1.5 trillion bill that reauthorizes farm programs as well as the country's leading anti-hunger program. It's obviously very important to you. Agriculture is a major part of your home state's economy. I'm just wondering your thoughts, especially if Republicans do secure both chambers of Congress this fall for 2025, as well as the White House. What does that mean for the path forward for the Farm Bill? It's obviously the bipartisan talks right now are not in a good place. What do you see for the end of the year?
To your point, right now, and this is my 5th Farm Bill. I've done 4 previously, and going back to my days in the House, they're always hard. And there are a lot of competing interests, and many times they're regional. Sometimes politics enters into it, not that often. Unfortunately, it sort of has this year. But if we aren't able to complete it by the end of this fiscal year, which is September 30th, we will probably be looking at another extension. And I would think that extension would carry into next year, and we would take up the Farm Bill early at the start of this next calendar year. And because we need to get it done. We need a multi-year authorization that provides predictability and certainty for farmers and ranchers. It's our #1 industry in South Dakota. Input costs have skyrocketed. Commodity prices have declined. So the margins are gone, and we need to strengthen some of the safety net provisions in the commodity title of the Farm Bill, namely crop insurance. And I hope we can find a path forward to do that. But there is a big difference right now. I mean, the Democrats in the Senate, at least, and the House has moved on this at the committee level. They haven't moved it across the floor yet. But the Senate Democrats are very focused on the climate issue. And so how you allocate resources within a Farm Bill is really important in terms of getting the votes necessary to pass it. And right now, we've got very different priorities. If you look at the baseline in spending since the last Farm Bill, the nutrition title, the SNAP program, for example, has increased 85%. The commodity titles increased about 12%. And we think there ought to be more farm in the Farm Bill. Now, if you look at the current ag economy, you've got the biggest trade deficit that we have ever seen in history. This year it's going to be over $30 billion. We've always run a surplus in agriculture, meaning that we're not opening markets abroad. And so there's got to be a trade agenda there. And then, arguably too, because of the dynamic I mentioned just now with declining commodity prices, increased input costs, we've also got to deal with the fundamental issue of just the loss of farm income, which is 2-year loss is $80 billion or 40%. So we've had a 40% decline in, you know, and a 40-year, we haven't seen that kind of a loss in net farm income in 40 years. So these are historic circumstances in agriculture, which is why we need to shore up the commodity title, the safety net programs, and try to prioritize within the Farm Bill those issues that are really important to production agriculture. And there are 12 titles in a Farm Bill, and I know everybody, you know, there are different items that are important, but if we don't get production agriculture on its feet again, we're going to be paying the price down the road.
You mentioned Republicans and Democrats are still far apart on these talks. Do you think there's any space for any kind of deal to come together in the lame duck, or do you expect a year extension?
Well, I would hope that we could get a deal. That's always my hope. It's my expectation. I want to be optimistic about this because it's that important to my state's economy, and I would argue to the national economy. But where I see things right now, the differences are stark enough, and I think we're far enough apart that it's hard for me to see a scenario, particularly with the amount of time on the clock between now and the end of the fiscal year, which is the end of September, to get a farm bill. Well, then you've got, you know, can you do something in the lame duck? We don't have that many days in session left before the election. And if I were a betting man, and again, this is just me speaking, I think you're looking at this being an issue next year that we're going to be dealing with, and hopefully we'll be in the majority at the time.
And if that's the case, and the former president's reelected, what do you want to see changes as far as USDA, U.S. agriculture policy, and food policy going forward?
Well, first off, let's get input costs down, and part of that, a big part of that's energy. And I think the energy issue is one that, as I said, will be front and center for a Republican Congress and a White House if we have both. So I would, you know, dealing with the high input costs, which have kind of gone like this at the same time commodity prices have dropped, and there's just no margin in agriculture anymore. And then I would say, you know, shoring up the commodity title of the bill, the safety net provisions, which is crop insurance, the ARC program, the PLC program, and then I think trade. And we got open markets. Like I said, you know, we will run this year. We're about halfway, well, we're more than halfway through the fiscal year, but the expectation is by the end of the fiscal year, the trade deficit this year will be $32 billion in agriculture. Highest ever, historic, never seen anything like it. And this administration has had no trade policy. We haven't negotiated a single free trade agreement. There's been no request for trade promotion authority, which is what enables those types of free trade agreements to be negotiated and passed. So I think those are going to be top issues.
Understood. And I do want to ask on trade. The former president is on the campaign trail pressing very hard for even increased tariffs, broad-based tariffs on China and other countries. Obviously, the 2018 trade war that he sparked with China resulted in retaliatory tariffs that hit our U.S. agriculture sector very hard, corn and soybean growers in your state. And I'm wondering your thoughts about if Trump is reelected, should he pursue those higher tariffs? And what do you say to wary members of the agriculture community right now that are worried about a potential second trade war?
Well, I think that on the issue of that, I'm not a big fan of tariffs. And I made that clear during the last Trump administration for the reason you just mentioned, because the retaliatory action taken by countries for whom we need to do business and who are big markets for American agriculture. But I think that kind of policy, a tariff policy, ought to be targeted, and it should be applied in a way. If there are countries that are engaging in unfair trade practices with us, make those targeted and not just sort of this uniform across the board approach. I think trade policy, it ought to be used in a way that gets a particular outcome, and more specifically, in my view, deals with countries that are not acting in a fair way when it comes to international trade. So, we'll see what those proposals ultimately look like next year if we get there. But I am fully aware of how dependent American agriculture is for its success on being able to export. About, I want to say it's over 16%, about almost 1/5 now of all of the income that agriculture in this country derives comes from international trade.
Understood. So I'm wondering if Trump is reelected and he starts to pursue those kinds of higher tariffs, are you prepared to push back?
Well, I pushed back the last time that was proposed. And again, we'll see what they suggest. If this is a case-by-case basis where it is targeted and it's designed to get countries that are not acting in a way that's consistent with international trade norms or as a fair level playing field with American businesses, that's one thing. But I don't, if it's a sort of a uniform across the board, just tariffs on everything, yeah, we're going to have some serious conversations about that.
Understood. Well, thank you so much for joining us. That's all the time we have for today, and thank you to everyone.
Thanks, Meredith. Thank you.
Please welcome Politico's Media Business Executive Vice President, Callie Bowdy, and McDonald's Corporation's Executive Vice President and Global Chief Impact Officer, John Banner.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Callie Bowdy, Executive Vice President and General Manager at Politico, and thank you for joining us at the Politico CNN Grill for another newsy day at the RNC. I'm joined today by John Banner, Executive Vice President and Global Chief Impact Officer at McDonald's. John leads the effort to effect purposeful change through the Ronald McDonald House Charities and its global impact team, which encompasses the company's sustainability communications and internal corporate relations functions. John, thank you so much for joining today.
Thanks, Callie. Great to be here.
So I'm excited to talk about the state of small businesses, U.S. economy, health of American consumers, and more. I don't know if we'll be able to fit it all in the amount of time that we have, but let's get started with small businesses. So when most people think of McDonald's, they probably don't think small business, as the company has a huge footprint around the world. But as you've told me many times, in reality, McDonald's is an economic engine for small business owners and local communities throughout the country. In the U.S., franchises operate 95% of the chain's 14,000 restaurants, employing over, this is staggering, 800,000 people. So John, how does the franchise model work at McDonald's, and how does it help empower local communities?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's really a lot of what we're doing here at the convention and talking to lawmakers about, which is that we are really a small business economic engine comprised of around 2,000 small business owners that own basically 95% of our restaurants in the U.S. We have in every state and in almost every community. And I think that's the real key to our business model, which is those owner-operators understand their community, they live in the community, they employ workers in the community, they support the community through charitable contributions, work with high schools, et cetera. So they understand the pressures of that community, and they are able to respond to the pressures and drive economic value for their communities. We have basically plans to open an additional 900 restaurants over the next 3 years. So that'll be more opportunities for owner-operators to own restaurants. For people, we have an increasing number of restaurant workers, crew in the restaurants who work their way up to restaurant general manager, and then who are sometimes afforded the opportunity to own restaurants of their own, which drive generational wealth creation. And I think that's the real key to the franchise model, which is that there's very few businesses that have the support of a master brand like a McDonald's, and are able to own their own restaurants and invest in those restaurants, invest in their people, and invest in their communities.
You and I have spent a good bit of time talking about scale, and you told me some interesting facts about McDonald's relationship with Apple's.
Yeah, I think one of the things, while we are a collection of small businesses, not only in the U.S., but all over the world, our scale provides an enormous benefit for our owner-operators to get price value for the things that we're buying. We spend about $5.5 billion in the U.S. every year buying ingredients for our food, including, I wrote this down because I didn't want to get it wrong, 2.8 billion pounds of potatoes, 800 million pounds of chicken, and to get to your point, 27 million pounds of apples. We serve about 340 million servings of apples every year, and we created about 20 years ago the sliced apple as a packaged, fresh sliced apple as a packaged good that we can sell in our restaurants. And that's taken off, and now we've even had school districts buy into the supply chain that we created, buy from suppliers directly to supply school kids with sliced apples, which are easier for kids to eat than whole apples.
So I was also interested, speaking of fun facts, to learn that 1 in 8 Americans have worked at McDonald's at some point in their careers. That's huge, and sort of a personal fun fact for the audience. My husband's first job was at McDonald's. So from a cashier to a CEO, what do you think is uniquely appealing about working at McDonald's, and what does that ripple effect do to them throughout their lives?
Yeah, I think, as you said, we have close to 800,000 people working across both McDonald's owned and our franchise restaurants every year. And I think what you get from working at McDonald's is all the soft skills. It's 1 in 8 people have worked there, and in many cases, those are people whose first jobs were at McDonald's. And what they learn about customer service, what they learn about collaboration, what they learn about working on deadline, all those soft skills are transferable to many other jobs in their lives. So we have long-term employees who have worked for their entire career on the crew, being shift leaders and working on the restaurant. But we also have people who get, basically those soft skills. And then on top of that, through a collaborative effort with our franchisees and the company, we have created a program to offer our crew free access to education through a program we call Archways to Opportunity. So all you have to do is work at McDonald's for 90 days, and it unlocks opportunities to learn English as a second language, to get associate degrees at a community college, to get technical degrees in IT and welding and things like that. So Archways has basically donated or given over millions of dollars in free tuition education to our crew. With our franchisees, and that's another benefit that people get for working at McDonald's.
Let's go back a second to something that you were talking about at the start, which is the franchise model, how it's contributed to the success of small business owners and local communities for decades. But some might say that policymakers recently have lost sight of its importance, with some questioning the model at the local, state, and federal level. So why do you think it's critical that policymakers protect franchises and this business model?
Yeah, I think the franchise model in many cases is not understood by people who don't understand the connection that franchise models have to Main Street USA. And I think the franchise model is not just McDonald's, it's hotels, it's hair salons, it's gyms and those sorts of things. There are lots of businesses and communities that are franchised and allow small businesses to have the benefit of being connected to a master brand and being able to benefit from that master brand's marketing and all the things that we provide from a sourcing perspective, but also own their own restaurant, actually pay the people what they think they should be paid based on local metrics, to set pricing, to make hiring decisions, to support their people and their community. And those things are, when you look at franchise versus non-franchise business, the franchisor model is providing more benefits to the local community, in many cases providing better benefits to their employees in terms of health insurance, in terms of other benefits. And so I think that the people who are questioning the franchise model really don't understand how integral, how important and vital the franchise business model is to local communities all over the country. And I think that's sort of the key thing that lawmakers, both at the federal level, whether it's the NLRB or in some states and local areas that have sort of decided to try to question the franchise model.
John, as Americans head to the polls this November, the economy will be top of mind for many, if not all, voters. an experts point in part to the fact that Americans are paying more for household basics as a contributing factor to why so many people feel dissatisfied with the economy right now. What types of pressures are you, your franchisees, and your suppliers experiencing right now?
Yeah, I would say first off, I think it's important that people know that McDonald's and our franchisees place value as a primary goal of our business, what we offer to consumers. And so that's, I think, important to realize. I think we have seen a pretty significant step up over the last several years of inflation. And so we've seen pressures on our franchisees to try to cover some or most of that inflation through pricing. And so our inflation of food and paper and labor has gone up about 40%. And our prices have similarly gone up about 40% over that period of time, about the last 5 years, or 3 to 5 years. But I think we've sort of taken a second look now to make sure that we're a place for value for consumers and have announced a $5 meal for people across the country. We also do Free Fry Fridays. And there's lots of other local deals that franchisees provide to their communities. So I think, you know, one of the core principles that has always been true in the almost 70-year history of the company is that we have been a place for value. And I think that is as important today as it was when the company was founded.
So finally here, we are at the RNC, and the agenda for 2025 and beyond is top of mind. McDonald's has such a large scale, as we've discussed, but a unique reach across the U.S. and the world economy. So what should be top of mind for policymakers to help small businesses and local economies flourish?
Yeah, I think that's a lot of what we've talked to some of the, sort of lawmakers who are here, which is, one, top of mind, they should think about the value that a franchise business model like ours provides to the local estate. We've done some economic impact work to show the value, not only in terms of what we're purchasing, which I discussed, but also the taxes we pay to state and local communities and the national government by state. So you can see that on our website to actually calculate what our contributions are to each state and every local community. I think it's something that we have to continue to speak out about the value of our franchisees to their communities, both in terms of hiring and upskilling their workers, but also supporting their community through charitable contributions, through local Ronald McDonald House charity chapters that support families whose children are in the hospital and don't have the money to stay at a hotel, but need someplace to stay to be close to their children while they're getting medical attention. And I think the other thing is that most small businesses, every small business is going to face a tax cliff next year in 2025 when many of the small business tax breaks that were put in place are going to expire. And so I think top of mind for us is we need to make sure that those small business tax credits and breaks stay within the law so that our franchisees and all other small businesses can continue to benefit from federal tax benefits.
John, I think that's a great place to leave our conversation today. So I want to say thank you so much for this talk and for helping support this conversation and the conversations that we've had throughout the day today. Your partnership has been very meaningful, and this event would not have been possible without you. So thank you.
Thank you, Callie. Thanks.
So for those of you who've tuned in on the live stream, thank you for watching. That wraps our programming for today, but we'll be back tomorrow morning with more fantastic conversations. And for those of you here at the Grill in Milwaukee, please stick around for some more fun. Take care.
Thank you. Thanks so much.